Testing 1 2, mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test test test. Testing 1 2 3. Test test test. Testing 1 2 3. You're good.
Good morning from Edmonton City Council chambers. Just a friendly reminder, we are already live on the web stream and on YouTube.
Where?
Courtney Walcott is in front of you. Oh, it's if you look at the big board, they're up on the board.
Oh, there they are. Okay. Courtney, can you stand up? Are they able to hear us?
Can we just do a quick test? Can those Edmonton councillors who are participating remotely, Councillor Wright, can you hear me okay? Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright, are you able to hear us?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Council Chambers. We have some guests with us this morning who are south of the Red Deer virtually today, and I'd like to get them up on screen. Can we do that, clerks? I'm Jasmine Bee, and I'm Deputy Mayor for this month, and the Mayor will be joining us very shortly. She's just coming from the Global Energy Show. And look who we have here up on the screen. Hello, Edmonton, give us a wave. Well, should we start with a moment of silence for Edmonton's early departure from the playoffs? Welcome to the Losers Club. I'm just teasing. Like any good bet of the Battle of Alberta, we've had Edmonton and Calgary put it all on the line. We agreed to wear the Edmonton Oilers jerseys if we lost the Battle of Alberta. So here we are holding up our end of the bargain. And I'm hoping that next year we have a little bit of a change of color. So I'm going to introduce Mayor Amarjeet Sohi to say a few words. Don't gloat too much, but please go ahead.
All right. Are we live now, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we are, Mr.
You can hear me all, right? Give me thumbs up if you can hear me all. Here we go. All right. I wanted to wait for Mayor Gondek to be back. I want to see.
She's just getting her face paint on.
That's the first thing we want to see before I say anything. You know how long she's going to be?
Yeah, depends how involved the face paint is. But tell us how you're doing after last night.
We are doing phenomenal. You know, we are very proud of our team. They played so well, and you know, yes, losing is hard, but they made us proud. So please clap for our team. Give them a big round of applause. So why don't we get into the business of why we are here today? You know, we know that Mayor Gondek and actually Mayor Gondek challenged me to this bet that we should participate in, and there are three components. One is the losing team would have to wear the winning team's colors, jerseys or T-shirts, and we see the losers in Calgary doing that for us. And the second one was that Mayor Gondek would have to paint her face in Oilers colors, which we are eagerly waiting to see that.
Oh, hi, Mayor Sohi. How are you?
We are so happy to see you, Mayor Gondek.
I am so happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to embarrass myself in this way. I appreciate you taking a bet where I got very cocky and did not win.
Yeah, it helps to be humble.
It does. But it helps to be brave as well, right?
That's
Yes.
true, even if you lose, right? So,
I know.
okay,
And
you
so,
want?
I don't know if we've talked about this already. Have we talked about Ben?
No, I am going to. You want me to start?
Yeah, you know what? Because we just talked about being brave and taking a bet, and I don't think there is a person in Alberta right now who is braver than this little boy. So if you could tell the story, Mayor Sohi, that'd be great.
Absolutely. I will actually talk about the today and what we want to do in the future. As we all know, hockey is a sport that unites us. And although Edmonton and Calgary have a decade-old rivalry, it is time for us to come together for a worthy cause. I am pleased to see Mayor Gondek and her council colleagues here today, looking incredible in Oilers blue and orange. Our friendly wager garnered attention across the province, and now we are calling on Alberta to support the Kids with Cancer Society. We have launched a landing page that will allow you to donate directly to the Kids with Cancer Society in denominations of your favorite Oilers players' numbers. For example, you can donate $9.70 or $97 for Connor McDavid or $29 for Draisaitl. I am matching Mayor Gondek's donation of $500, and some of our council colleagues will be matching Calgary Council's donation of $100 as well. This bet was inspired by Ben Stelter, who has become the NHL's little hero, but will benefit the hundreds of Edmontonian youth who, like him, are currently fighting cancer. Kids with Cancer, founded in 1979, provides unique, vital programs and services free of charge to children and families residing in northern Alberta and in the Northwest Territories. Kids with Cancer offers more than 50 programs and services that address the unique and complex needs ranging from family support programs and activities, peer support, activities, counseling services, and financial and educational support, to name a few. The donation link is available across my social media platforms, and I encourage you all to share and amplify it to your communities if possible. The Edmonton Oilers may have won the Battle of Alberta, but which city will end up donating more to the worthy cause? That will be, we have to wait and see. So thank you to Mayor Gondek and Calgary City Council for being such great sports. I look forward to our next collaborative effort. And over
Thank you
to
very
Mayor
much.
Gondek. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. And I'll just add a couple of things as well. Just some of the facts that, you and I have talked about, and I think many of us know. Apparently every day there are 27 Canadians who hear the words, "You have a brain tumor." And I cannot imagine the pain of hearing those words as a parent. So these are heavy, heavy statements to be made to families, and the emotional and physical trauma of hearing those words is positively overwhelming. So that's why I'm very happy that both of our councils have decided to make contributions to Kids with Cancer Society. And Mayor Sohi, thank you for matching my donation. These are important funds, and they will help families with emotional, educational, and financial supports that they need so they can focus on what really matters, and that's being a family and trying to get through such tough times. It's also of note that tomorrow is Brain Tumor Awareness Day. And knowing what Ben is going through and the challenges he faces and how brave his family has been, I'm just very happy that we had even more reason to cheer during the playoff series. We had a boy that we were rooting for as well, and we continue to. So Kids with Cancer Society in Edmonton has made a very big difference to Ben and his family, and both Edmonton City Council and Calgary City Council would like to thank that great organization for all the work they do to ensure that no child and no family fights cancer alone. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you to your council. Thank you to my council for being good sports and wearing these terrible outfits today.
They'll look good, really good on all of you. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and thank you for your support. Cool. All right. I think we now get back to our council agenda items, right? So we'll say goodbye to each other.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning from Council Chambers. We are just live on YouTube and the web.
Madam Clerk, are we ready?
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will start with a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Paquette. Now here you have Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmill will be joining us later. He's on away on city business. Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, adoption
I
of
believe
the.
Councillor Paquette is here, Mr. Mayor.
Is
if
he?
you could just
Councillor
confirm
Paquette,
if
are you
hear
there?
us.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Okay, adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I'll move that the June 7th, 10th, and 10th, 7th and 10th City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 6.1, the Spring 2022 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment, the addition, I guess, of the 2019 to 2022 capital budget. Item 6.3, 2023 to 2032 capital investment outlook. 6.4, 2023 to 2032 operating investment outlook. 9.5, confidential settlement, Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. And 9.6, agencies, boards, and commissions appointment update verbal report. And there's a item for cross-referencing, is that included as well? Okay, and that items 6.3 and 6.4 be dealt with together.
Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Hamilton. Second by Councillor Rice. Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I heard somebody, but I
That
don't know
was
who it
me, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I am also a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes as well, Jans.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the May 24th, 27th City Council meeting, the May 25th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the May 27th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting.
Thank you.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions or errors, omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We're just waiting for 2 more votes. Councillor Rutherford? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Seeing none, select items for debate.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if council would like to deal with its calendar change before you select items for debate, so you're aware of how much time you have for this meeting?
Okay, where is that on the?
So I've sent out a chat, so there
Yep.
would need to be a motion made without customary notice. So if somebody could move a motion to waive, the motion would be, as you're thinking that through, is that this June 8th special city council meeting be canceled, and that the orders of the day for the June 7th council meeting be changed to continue on June 8th as well as June 10th if required.
Okay, so cancel the non-regular and add that time to our regular meeting so we can complete the agenda. So Councillor Stevenson, can you move that?
Well, I'll move that Councillor Hamilton
Yeah.
make a motion
Yeah.
without customary notice.
Yeah,
Second.
second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the June 8th, 2022 special city council meeting be canceled and that orders of the day for the June 7th, 2022 city council meeting be changed to continue on June 8th, 2022 from 9:30 a.m. to noon. Wait, I'll wait for a seconder.
Councillor Principe, second.
Second.
And of course, that
Councillor.
is a reflection, I understand, of our need to complete some items on our agenda before being able to proceed with a special city council meeting.
Yep.
Can you just clarify, we had 3 people that seconded? Can you just
Councillor
clarify?
Rice seconded it. Yeah. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, select items for debate. All right, please. Council members, items to be selected for debate. I'll just wait for people to sign up. It's not working?
Yeah, it is. When there's a vote on the floor, we can't activate a speakers list. The activation is now open.
Okay, good. Here we go. Councillor Chance.
Sorry, I'm getting puzzling looks and chats. Is eScribe not working?
It says I have to choose for, against, amend, question,
Okay, so if you can just
and
clear
then
the
it still
vote.
won't. It's still,
Okay, so just one moment, please. Yep, so we're just going to clear the screen. We're going to clear the speakers list and just reset it for everybody so that everybody has the same opportunities.
Okay.
The queue is now open.
Okay, Councillor Rice.
I think Councillor Jensen and then.
No, we have a new queue.
Restarted?
We have a new
Okay,
queue now.
so I'm going to select 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8. And 6.10, 6.11, and 6.13 on for voting purpose only.
Also, just. So you're exempting 6.10 and 6.11 and 6.12 and 6.13 is for voting purposes only, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then also 6.8, 6.7, and 6.6.
Yeah, I got those. Yeah.
Sorry, can
Okay,
I
thank
just
you.
check, Mr. Mayor, did you say 612?
That's what,
No,
it's not
I
612.
had 610, 611, and 613, and 613 was for voting purposes.
Got it. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Councillor Principe,
I would like to choose 6.5.
6.5. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson,
yes, thank you. I'll select 616364.
just hold on. Okay, go ahead.
6, 9, and 7, 8.
7, 8.
And I can also do the must select, so I'll select 6, 2, 6, 3, and 9, 6.
Just hold on.
that's all.
Sorry, 6-2. What was the other
Sorry,
one?
it was 9-2, 9-3, and 9-6, sorry.
Not 6.
Sorry, my apologies.
Not 6-2, right? No.
Yeah.
So just to confirm, 6-2's not been selected for debate?
Nope. So it's 9-2, 9-3, and 9-6, right?
Right, well, I can select 7-4 as well, which also says must be selected.
And 7-4. Okay, Councillor Rutherford,
Yeah, I'd like to select 7-7, please, 7.7. That's it?
7. Seven, seven. Anything else, Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Knack? I'll come back. Councillor Knack?
Yes, and I can select 9-4 on behalf of Councillor Stevenson. And then I'm going to select 7-6 and 7-5. I know Councillor Cartmel had questions, and I have the same if he's not able to join us by that time.
Say it again, Councillor Knack.
7-5, technically on behalf of Councillor Cartmel, I know he had questions.
7-5.
Yep.
Which else did you select?
I said 7-5, 7-6, and then 9-4, because I think Councillor Stevenson meant to grab that as well.
Yeah. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'll select, I believe it's 6-12, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Is that for voting or just you have questions?
Just for voting. Actually, I just have a comment, basically a thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Anyone else has any questions on 6.12? If not, then we can bring it forward at a time, then vote on it, right? I don't see anyone else. Okay, good. All right. Councillor Rice, are you up again or?
Yes, I just want 6.2 is selected or not?
6.2 has, no, it has not been selected, no.
Can I select it?
They're cross-referenced with 6.1.
Oh, yes,
So, yeah, so you
it's
can
to
select it.
deal with together.
Yes,
Yes.
you can select it, right? Councillor Rice selected it, okay. Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, before you vote, can I just triple check I caught all that?
Okay, I was going to do it. Let's do that.
Thank you for your patience. So Councillor Stevenson selected 6-1, Councillor Rice selected 6-2, but they're going to be dealt with together.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevenson selected 6-3, Councillor Stevenson selected 6-4, Councillor Principe selected 6-5, Councillor Rice 6-6, Councillor Rice 6-7, and 6-8. Councillor Stevenson 6-9, Councillor Rice 6-10, and 6-11, Councillor Paquette 6-12, and Councillor Rice for 6-13 for voting purposes only. The following bylaws have been selected by Councillor Stevenson 7-2, 7-4, Councillor Knack selected 7-5, 7-6.
No, sorry, I did not select 7-2.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. If you could say that again.
7.2 is not selected.
I don't believe I selected 7-2.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So Councillor Stevenson only selected 7-4, Councillor Knack 7-5, 7-6, Councillor Rutherford selected 7-7. Then into the private items, Councillor Stevenson selected 9-2, 9-3, and 9-6, and Councillor Knack selected 9-4. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, the 7.8 has been selected as well.
Could you just clarify who selected that?
7, Councillor Stevenson selected.
Thank you so much.
No, I thought
Did-
Councillor Knack.
Who selected 7.8? You didn't want it? I thought Councillor Knack selected on behalf of Councillor Stevenson. No? Okay, that's,
So just again, for clarity, 7-8 has not been selected for debate?
No, you did. Is that related to 102? Oh, yeah, sorry, that's related, sorry. That's related to item, sorry, is that related to 102nd Avenue? No. No. Okay, then I incorrectly selected, I apologize.
okay. So that has not been selected by anyone. So that 7.8 is not selected.
Okay,
Got, okay.
that's what I have.
All right. Okay, can someone move the balance of the reports, please? There's, yeah, yeah. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to do that?
So I'm moving item 9.1, that's what I have, and 9.5.
Second?
Those are the ones that items not selected for debate.
That's what I have. And who seconded that, please?
Stevenson?
Second by Councillor
Sorry, I don't know
Stevenson.
what's-
You just, yeah.
Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, Madam Clerk, can you read back what we have already approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this morning, council has approved the following two reports. Item 9.1, confidential contractual update, and 9.5, confidential settlement Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Request to speak. Madam Clerk, we do have one, but that needs to be moved, right?
That's correct?
Yeah. Okay. No moves for that. Request for specific time on the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move that the following item be we don't need to deal with it because it's been dealt with, so, yeah. We passed item, it was a request on 9.5 to be dealt with time specific, but council has already, no one selected that, so
Yeah.
it's null. Thank you.
It's not needed to be. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could consider a time specific for item 6.8, just recognizing we have colleagues from EPS, and just to make best use of their time, if we could give them a time specific in the next 3 days? If there's a time that you would suggest? Is your preference today or another day this week? Today?
Madam Clerks, any guidance on that?
We're happy to accommodate the will of council.
So we have huge agenda to go through, right? So if we make it
Councillor
make it 1:30, yeah.
Sorry, I would suggest we make it 1:30 time
Okay.
specific today.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson moved it, Councillor Hamilton seconded it. So to make the 6.8 to be time specific, 1:30. Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. That is carried. Okay, votes on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Stevenson is going to take on that challenge today. You thought you want to take that challenge,
I
right?
am going to try. And the first piece of advice I need is whether I need to move the recommendations of 7.2 and 7.4 first or after the readings of the bylaw.
So it would be after, so the first thing for item 7.2 is you have to create the committee. So if you can pass the bylaws and then deal with the recommendations after, please.
Okay, so I will go through for bylaws that are ready for first reading. So I move items 7.1, 7.2, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, and 7.8.
Sorry, I thought some of these were selected, so if you are
Oh, sorry,
voting,
those are all the
you
circled
debating
ones.
them or are you voting on them?
Apologies. So items 7.1 and 7.2 and 7.8.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of items 7.2, 7.3, and 7.8.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 20047.
Second.
Please vote.
We're just waiting. We have all.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move consideration of third reading for
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote for the consideration of third reading.
Just sending out the vote now. This was tricky because some are for first, some are for second and third, and some need consideration.
No worries, take
Thank
your
you.
time. Here we go.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
and I will move bylaw 2013, third and final reading of bylaw 20132 and bylaw 20092.
Second by Councillor Knack.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote on the final readings.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Yeah, and then I'll move the recommendation of items 7.2.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Recommendation on 7.2. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we have a class from Father Leo Green, grade 1, and their teacher is Marcella Cirano, and they are from Ward Winniwak. That's Councillor Hamilton, right? No, it's Councillor Principe, Councillor Principe. So Councillor Principe is your councillor. Thank you so much for being here today. Stay for the debate if you wish to. But you may have better things to do, right? Good. All right. Nice to see you all. Huh? It's all about your future, though. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yeah.
understand that there's only, that Councillor Paquette doesn't have questions. He only
Yeah.
wishes to
Yeah.
move item 612.
So if you could bring it.
With consent, I would like to bring item 612 forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second, Councillor Salvador, to bring forward 6.12. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we have 6.12, first item. Councillor Paquette, you just want to speak to this, right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, and if there's anyone else who would like to speak, I'm happy to defer to them first.
I don't see anyone lined up, so you are first one to speak. And the last one to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So you're closing on, so you're the first and last one to speak. Go ahead.
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to take a moment to talk about how important this motion has been to the community. And you know, I got confirmation from taxation over the weekend that Kingsway Legion will be at 0 as far as taxes owing, and the land caveat will be removed if this motion passes. And this is everything that the Legion has hoped for and that the community has hoped for. And I just want to take a moment to thank the community for supporting the Legion with their donations to help defray their taxes in these really difficult times. It speaks to the value that the community has for our veterans. And while sometimes it feels that our veterans can be forgotten in this country, sometimes by government, what this move from our city shows is that they will never be forgotten by their city. I want to take a moment to especially thank Ron Willis from the Legion. Ron Wills has been a powerhouse in serving the community and helping so many folks during the pandemic. And he will continue to do so with the support of the Legion and his board. And I also want to take a moment to thank folks who don't often get thanked. And that is the folks in our tax branch, and specifically Anton Zabo and Kate Watt. They really put their heart and soul into this, and you don't really hear that a lot about our tax folks. But I hope that folks in Edmonton know that these are folks who really do care about this city very deeply. And so, for all those reasons, I just wanted to say a few words. So thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your advocacy and work on this, as well as Councillor Paquette. So please vote on 6.12.
Can we get a seconder, please?
Oh, second by Councillor Principe.
Give all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, so, okay. We have 6.13, Councillor Rice only select for voting purposes. So we can bring that forward.
Yeah, I will move that item 6.13 be brought forward.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
She wants division.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so this is a report from the committee, and somebody would have to move the recommendations to brought forward on the table, right, Madam Clerk?
Correct. The items have been brought forward. There's nothing on the table at the moment.
Okay, so Councillor, member of the committee, Councillor Stevenson, can you move the,
Yes, happy to move the recommendation of the committee.
thank you. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Rice, you selected this? Go ahead.
So I don't have specific questions. This is for voting purpose,
Yeah.
but I would like to vote separately for part 1 and part 2.
Okay, we can do that, Madam Clerk, right?
Yep.
Okay, so please vote on part 1.
I'm sorry, I can't hear when,
People,
I'm trying to log in.
she's,
so are we calling the vote, or would you like us to open this meeting?
Point of order, I'm trying to log in, it's not letting me.
this was selected for voting purposes only. I didn't get any indication from council members that they want to debate this. If people want to debate this, then we have to send it back to the order it was.
I was just going to speak to it, but yes, I'm
Yeah,
fine
you
with
can
not
speak.
speaking
Well,
to it.
speaking is fine, actually. Speaking is absolutely fine to it, but not questions.
Mr. Mayor, would you like us to stop the vote and open the speakers queue so people can speak to the item?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. So the speakers queue is open. If anybody's having any trouble, if you could just let us know.
Please sign up to speak. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just, for a little bit of context here, this report and this motion really are about fiscal responsibility, especially point 1. We learned through that report that if we continue funding through that funding source to both EPS and our transit safety initiatives, we will be $100 million in deficit by 2026. And that's not responsible, but I also don't want to see both of those very important initiatives that are funded through this reserve being lost. So this was a strategy in which, understanding that the tax levy is already going to be probably pretty burdensome in 2023, to ask administration to smooth that out, that transfer over the 4-year budget cycle. So that's what the intent of the motion, point 1, is to do. And my council colleague, Councillor Knack, added point 2, wanting to see that budget considerations for the safe and livable community streets profile, because we know there's a lot of crossings. I think it was 400 that were listed at executive committee that are currently highlighted as maybe not as safe as they could be and could use upgrades, but our current budget is about for 200. So these are really, again, prepping us for that 2023 to 2026 budget, but also being realistic about our funding sources and what we want to achieve as a city. So I thank my colleagues for consideration of this motion on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, to vote? To one split in two parts, Councillor Rice?
I would like to close and forward to speak.
Yeah, go ahead. You're the last one.
Yes. So I want to say, and then to ensure our city's street safe, and specifically in the community, that is so important for everybody, and including our kids, our families, and our peoples. And then definitely, I really appreciate our administration did great work, and how we can continue to address our street safe concerns and issues to continue to ensure this to be funded by our city. So from fiscal responsibility perspective, and yes, right now, our property tax production will be really high. And so plus the upcoming conversation and regarding EPS funding and still not finished yet. And so for that certainty, how we funding our EPS funding, and also how we balance our tax-supported operating budget. And for 2023-26, I think that's of conversation is still ahead of us. And by this point, I don't think it's a good point. It's so urgent for us and to change the funding source, how we fund this street safety and under the tax levy. And so with that say, I'm not going to support part one. So I'm going to definitely, I encourage my colleagues to consider this very responsible point, and for our entire city, our entire Edmontonians, and then definitely part two, and then it's worth for us to consider to support. I just want to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote on part one.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Please vote on part two.
We have all the
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just as we're moving over to item 6.1, 6.2, we've been getting a lot of chats that people are having difficulty clicking in to speak. So I know that there have been a few glitches this morning. There have been some upgrades to eScribe.
Okay.
I had to log out and refresh my screen, and it seems to be working for me now. Other councillors, there was an enhancement made a few weeks ago where you had to click on the item that you wanted to speak to, so we were just in item 613. So if you were viewing your notes hypothetically for 610 and you tried to request to speak, it might not have worked.
Okay.
So just if, I appreciate your patience with this. We're trying to make sure that it's as nimble as possible, but if you're having a hard time requesting to speak, send me a chat and I'll load it in. Please refresh your screen and make sure you're in the actual item that you would like to speak to.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Okay, now we are into item 6.1, which are, and 2, which are cross-referenced.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a quick point of order. I don't think we've called for inquiries, or else I missed it.
Oh,
Because I have one.
You have
I either
one.
wasn't paying
All
attention
right.
or it hasn't been called for.
I don't know if we did recall. Maybe I didn't. Okay.
Oh, yeah, so I have an inquiry.
Yeah.
and, I'll jump
Yeah.
in. I'm trying to click in. Sorry, I realized under the new rules I'm not clicked under the right spot. There we are. There we are. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, my inquiry is, can administration provide the following information? Number 1, the total number of public space waste containers, aka garbage cans, across the city. Number 2, a breakdown of how many containers are emptied by city staff versus contracted out. Number 3, description of how frequency of pickup is currently determined, and if we are considering new technology to streamline waste collection, example, sensors that monitor waste levels in a container. Number 4, a breakdown of the cost difference to empty waste containers in-house versus contracted out. Number 5, an explanation of how we determine where to put new bins, how communities can request new bins, and the cost of acquiring new containers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Jans, you have an inquiry?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I request that administration provide an update to committee on existing and or proposed city arrangements with farmers or public markets.
Sorry, just hold on.
Sorry,
Councillor,
was
Madam
notice
Clerk.
given for this inquiry?
I believe it had been to the chair. I'm going to,
Did the chair and the clerk receive it? If you could confirm that notice was provided within 48 hours before the meeting?
I have to go back and check.
I'll send it to the clerk.
What did it come to clerk for in 48 hours?
I thought it came through administration about the farmers markets.
I have to go back and check. I don't have the record, so maybe can
I'm happy to follow up offline.
Maybe we can come back
and
later
yeah,
on. Okay, we'll
yeah.
come back. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
And I thought the inquires, we apply for the new bylaw by 2 business days, not 48 hours. That is already passed
So
bylaw.
the two business days is actually in your bylaw today for approval, but that amendment has been laid over for the past 2 council meetings, so it has not yet been passed. The current
Okay,
wording in the
so-
bylaw is 48 hours, and I just want to confirm that one of my colleagues and the chair also received this inquiry, because we don't have it
Okay,
prepared right
okay,
now.
thanks for the clarification. I
Yeah,
just
it's not
wondering
there yet.
48 hours and 2
Yeah.
business.
Okay. We don't know that yet. So okay, we'll wait. All right. Can we go into our first 6.1 now, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. 6.1 and 6.2 cross-referenced. We have a presentation from our administration. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Good morning, Council. This morning we're presenting the final supplemental adjustment for the 2019 to 2022 capital budget. Several items in this report require your approval to advance projects for the construction season, which is the primary intent of the spring SCBA. We encourage you to seek clarity, debate, and decide on these items. We are also recommending that no additional motions for new funding considerations in 2022 or recommendations to bring back more projects in the fall for the fall budget be made at this time. We will be presenting the capital and operating investment outlook documents later in the meeting today, and you will see that we are facing some funding challenges that we believe you need to consider before any additional motions come forward. I'll now turn it over to Jody Graham, Director, Budget Planning and Development, to walk you through the detailed presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. The current 4-year capital budget is for the period of 2019 to 2022 and was approved in December of 2018. Today we are presenting the spring 2022 supplemental capital budget adjustment, which allow us to make the final adjustments to the already approved capital budget. The spring 2022 supplemental capital budget adjustment report has only one recommendation, that the adjustments in attachment 3 of the report be approved. Within the attachment 3 are 36 adjustments recommended by administration for approval, and they are comprised of the following: 6 new profiles, 7 scope changes, 12 recosting adjustments, 5 historical adjustments, 5 funding source adjustments, and 1 transfer between profiles. Administration has summarized all of these adjustments within attachment 2 of the capital budget report. Administration has also included copies of all new capital profiles recommended for funding within attachment 4 of this report. I will provide additional information on each of these categories and highlight the significant adjustments within them later in this presentation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the approved capital budget prior to the spring 22 supplemental capital budget adjustment and includes tax-supported operations, waste utility, and Blatchford and Downtown District energy utilities. The total approved capital budget for the entire city prior to the spring 2022 SCBA is $11.7 billion, consisting of $7.3 billion within the 2019 to 2022 timeframe and $4.4 billion approved in years for 2023 and beyond. The Spring 2022 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment Report addresses administration's recommended adjustments to the tax-supported operations capital budget only. Adjustments to the waste and district energy budgets will be brought forward in a separate report to City Council directed through Utility Committee. Next slide, please. The Spring 2022 SCBA is currently, as it currently sits, would recommend a $134.7 million increase to the city's overall approved capital budget. The table on this slide shows the categories of these adjustments and significant projects included in each category. The next slide will highlight the 4 budget adjustments included in this table that account for the majority of the increase to the approved budget. Next slide. The first item is $4.81 million increase for 2 new neighborhood renewal program capital profiles being brought forward for approval, Pleasant View and Killarney. The total value of these profiles is $86.4 million, of which $48.1 million relates to a pre-commitment of the 2023 to 2026 Neighborhood Renewal Reserve funding and new local improvement property tax share and partnership funding. The second item is a scope change required to fund the acquisition of land to advance to concept and preliminary design for a new Southwest Transit Garage, which is a critical component to the implementation of the Edmonton Transit System Fleet Storage and Maintenance Facility Strategy. The total budget is estimated at $45 million and is recommended as new tax-supported debt. There will be additional information on this adjustment later in this presentation. The third item is a scope change required to allow for integration of the renewal work for the Rainbow Valley bridges and the bridge widening included in the Terwilliger Drive Expressway Upgrade Project. The total cost of this work is estimated to be $19.5 million and is also recommended as new tax-supported debt. The final item is the recosting adjustment to approve $12.6 million of Fleet Services Replacement Reserve funding in 2023. This recosting adjustment is required to fund vehicle orders arriving in 2023. Due to current supply chain issues, vehicle purchases require approximately 1 year lead time. Therefore, the pre-approval of the 23 to 26 Fleet Services Replacement Reserve funding is being requested for approval. The 2 items on this list that are recommended for new tax-supported debt total $64.5 million. The annual debt servicing cost on this amount is estimated to be $4.2 million per year beginning in 2023, and this would require a 0.2% tax levy increase to fund. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides provide additional information on the ETS Fleet Storage and Maintenance Facility Update and Land Acquisition from the IIS report IIS 01208 that has been cross-referenced with this SCBA today. The Edmonton Transit Fleet Service Storage, Operations, and Maintenance Facility Strategy, also known as the strategy, is designed to guide the renewal and redevelopment of existing and future Edmonton Transit Fleet Storage and Maintenance facilities to address the growth, capacity, and move to zero emission of the fleet through to 2040. The strategy, approved by City Council on February 22, 2022, is detailed in Scenario 3 of Attachment 1 of Council Report IIS 00416, ETS Fleet Storage and Maintenance Facility Project. The strategy recommends the construction of 2 new operations and maintenance garages in the southeast and northwest quadrants of the city, enabling the zero-emission bus fleet. The strategy also recommends a progressive series of upgrades, renewals, and expansion projects within existing facilities to accommodate growth, capacity, and electrification. Next slide, please. A critical component to the implementation of the strategy is the acquisition of land to advance the concept and preliminary design of the new Southeast Garage to meet the target of the new Southeast Garage in the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. Land must also be in place to provide a clear estimate of the power distribution and transmission costs for the new garage and start the process to secure the power from the grid and initiate design, as well as considerations for hydrogen fuel availability. Approval by the Alberta Electric Systems Operators is required before implementing the design and construction of the main and standby power feeds. Obtaining approval can take 3 or more years. An expression of interest for funding of the construction of the new southeast garage was submitted to the federal government's Zero Emission Transit Fund in spring of 2022. Next slide, please. The next few slides will walk council through changes to the city's corporate funding pool. The corporate funding pool is a term used to describe funding sources used primarily for capital that have very few constraints. It consists of 3 funding sources: pay-as-you-go funding, which is a combination of investment earnings and tax levy dedicated towards capital; municipal sustainability initiative funding, which is a provincial grant; and the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, which was previously referred to as the federal gas tax, which is an annual grant from the federal government. Next slide, please. At the conclusion of council deliberations in the fall of 2021 SCBA, the corporate funding pool was in a deficit balance of $36 million. Adjustments to the corporate pool since the fall 2021 SCBA consists of $69.3 million increase from 2021 year-end and other adjustments, and $14.8 million decrease of one-off budget adjustments approved by council in 2022. The result is a positive balance in the funding pool of $18.5 million prior to consideration of recommendations in the spring 2022 SCBA. Next slide, please. Administration is recommending using $9.1 million of corporate pool funding towards new items recommended in the spring SCBA. This includes $2.8 million in funding towards upgrading 431 ePark machines, which will not be Europay, MasterCard, and Visa compliant for Visa transactions as of October 15th, 2022, and potentially MasterCard at a later date. This also includes $6.1 million in funding swap adjustments, which are required when the original constraint funding source approved for the project are no longer eligible and need to be replaced with corporate pool funding in order for a project to remain fully funded. In addition, administration continues to recommend that $35.5 million of the available CCBF funding be held to partially offset the $83.5 million of additional tax-supported debt approved for the 50th Street CP Rail upgrade separation and Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Center projects at the fall 2021 SCBA. The total corporate funding pool would be in a deficit balance of $26.1 million after consideration of these recommendations. At the September 27th, 2020 council meeting, council approved a one-time $46.5 million decrease in the operating transfer to the pay-as-you-go capital reserve. To offset the financial effects of COVID-19, which when approved would have reduced the pay-as-you-go funds available for the 23 to 26 capital budget for new projects. However, at the end of the 2019 to 22 capital budget cycle, the city only requires $26.1 million of this pre-committed funding. Due to the higher investment returns and year-end release of unused funds, this leaves $20.4 million that can now be available for the 23 to 26 capital budget for new capital needs. That concludes our presentation. We are now open for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This item was selected by Councillor Stevenson. And I'll wait for the queue for people to sign up. There you go, Councillor Stevenson. You want Councillor Rutherford? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much for this comprehensive report. I just had two questions. First, on the Rainbow Valley Bridge renewal, because that is kind of add to the sort of the tax-supported debt, or it's going to add to the, we're not doing the priority-based budgeting if we're approving it now, that we're going to be doing in the fall. And so what I understood from the report is that it's to catalyze sort of, I guess my question is, what would the cost of this budget be if it was not integrated with Terwillegar?
It would be higher. The plan for Terwillegar has always been contingent on basically from Rainbow Valley Bridge all the way through to Williger Drive at the south limits, eventually getting to the interchange at Anthony Henday Drive. So we've been treating it as a single project broken into phases, but if we were to do it sort of outside of that program, I would anticipate we'd see higher costs.
Yeah, because my concern is, if we're doing the priority-based budgeting in the fall, and this is already, again, with all our other pre-approves, we're seeing that number slowly dwindle, so then there's gonna be a big list in the fall with very little money to go around. So I guess my question to you, Adam, is, would this be at the top of your list in the fall?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
It's a bridge that needs renewal, and really what we're identifying here is a recognition of how the rest of the project for Terwilliger is funded, which is through debt. So it was more of an opportunity to utilize a similar funding source for what we would call one program. But from a renewal perspective, this is a priority for sure.
Okay, no, that helps me out a lot in my decision making. And then the next one I wanted to just dig into a little bit is the E-Park one. So do we have to redo, because didn't we just put in new parking machines fairly recently? And is my understanding of this, because of a change from the creditors, we have to basically redo all of our equipment? Am I understanding that correctly?
So it isn't, we're not redoing all of the equipment. It's an upgrade to the technology that puts in place protections from a PCI compliance perspective if we're going to accept credit cards at
And
those
what does
machines.
PCI stand for?
Payment card industry. So there's a set of guidelines and rules that require us to have certain technologies in place to protect us from us and users of credit cards from their information being, just making sure that the information is protected.
Okay, that helps clarify that for me too. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think some similar questions just around the widening of Terwilliger Drive, of the Rainbow Valley Bridge, sorry. So again, just in terms of a prioritization, does that align with our city plan goals in terms of the increased road capacity?
Whitemud Drive is a goods movement corridor, and so it does serve a key purpose in terms of providing opportunity for goods movement. It's part of the inner ring loop. From a project perspective, this would be a case where if we were renewing the bridge, we would want to do it in line with what the future plans are, which is to include the widening to accommodate those improvements.
And I guess just those future plans, so those future plans were developed like coming out of city plan, that's part of the vision of what would be included?
So I would suggest that this project actually was approved prior to formal city plan approval. Renewal of the bridge would be something that would be absolutely in line with city plan, and I would suggest, although approved prior to city plan, the opportunity to improve goods movement is something that I think is important from an economic development perspective.
Yeah, and I think I just echo Councillor Rutherford's comments that I can see how it fits, but it's hard to see how it ranks, I guess, against other city plan priorities.
So maybe a bit of clarity. This program was approved. The funding source was always identified as part of the program. There would be renewal dollars that would be included in it. This is the formal mechanism to include that. Instead of using our standard sources of funds for renewal, MSI and pay-as-you-go, because the rest of the project is utilizing debt, we're recommending that we would use debt.
And sorry, just to clarify though, my understanding that this was the additions here are growth, like for the actual expansion of the bridge is more of a growth rather than a renewal?
No, it's a combination of growth and renewal. The others on the call, if you need a sort of a portion of that, will have to help me with that. But I just wanted to articulate that this project has been approved by council. This is really the mechanism to how we would complete the total funding allocation for this project on the basis of renewal being a part of it, specifically for the Rainbow Valley Bridge. And again, the funding source, just in recognition, and Mr. Colbo mentioned this at the beginning, there are some pressures that are coming down the pipe, and we saw this as an opportunity to leverage how the rest of the project is funded from a debt perspective to allow the renewal dollars to be considered as part of 23 to 26.
Great. Great. Well, sorry, I jumped in on Councillor Rutherford's line of questioning, but forgot to start with some, general comments about, there's a lot of great news in here in terms of a number of projects coming in under budget, which is great to see. I was surprised that cost adjustments were not higher, just given what we're hearing in terms of the cost escalation in various construction projects. Just wondering if you could speak to the order of magnitude that we might be anticipating come fall. And I guess what I'm trying to get to is recognizing that we've already pre-committed a number of dollars. I have concerns that the projects we've already committed to are also going to become much more expensive.
I think what we're finding, and it's certainly not an exact science, it's a moving target, is any projects that are multi-year projects, what we're seeing is risk being built into the bids associated with those projects. For 1 year projects where there's a defined time frame, we're not seeing the same escalation. And so recall our 50th Street conversation. That's a multi-year project where I think what we experienced is a bid that reflected risk for future years based on current escalation. But what we're seeing is that for 1 year, we're not seeing that same degree. 1 or 2 years, I would say.
Right. Well, I guess I'm just thinking about those multi-year projects. So not to pick on the Lewis Farms Rec Center, for example. But again, that will be a multi-year project. Do we have a sense of what those bids are going to come back at?
It's something that we're actively working through, and we're we're planning to provide an update as part of the 23 to 26 in the fall.
Okay, I might just come around on that, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. In regards to the Southeast Transit Garage, the land acquisition, is that 45 million strictly for the land, or is that also for servicing for the power transmission?
I'll just see if Ms. Lattiser is on the call for those specifics.
So the $45 million is only for the land acquisition, does not include any other scope of work.
Okay, that just seems like a lot.
That is the price of land.
That is market value? Okay. I was just looking at other lots or certain lots.
We haven't actually gone through the exercise of definitively identifying. What we're identifying is an upset limit. If it comes in lower, we wouldn't utilize that debt that's been allocated.
Okay. And so are we looking just more in sort of the newer undeveloped areas, or would we be looking where there's already, I guess, power transmission, like in the Pilipow industrial area?
I think we'd probably cast a pretty broad net on where we can accommodate, but we'd want to consider the strategy that we had in front of committee and council previously related to a general area where we need to provide that facility to accommodate best dispatch for our ETS folks.
Okay, and that's sort of the strip in the south there, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was curious about 3.2.6 about the additional funding transfer that would be predominantly made up from the in-car video. I was wondering if somebody from the commission and the service would be able to comment on that. Page 7.
Good morning, Ron Anderson. I'm the Chief Innovation Technology Officer for the service. Originally, the in-car video project was submitted as part of our 10-year capital plan in the 2019 to be brought forward in 23 to 26. If you recall the City Council discussions in 2020, we volunteered to try and move that project up as the discussions with the public as well as Commission and Council had a desire to move forward with the camera systems in the vehicles. We had done as SCBA through the normal process through commission as well as through council at that time to cobble together some pieces of our existing capital budget to move forward on this particular project. Partly in the assumption that the funding formula would be in place and the operating dollars would be available to be allocated within the 2022 and ongoing funding formula. At this point, the procurement process last year took longer than expected due to a number of different reasons, including the vendors, supply chains, along with the chip availability. As we all know, there's shortages in a number of pieces. But we completed the procurement towards the end of December, with the submissions being submitted from the vendors, as well as being scored throughout January. So we have a vendor of choice. We have not necessarily awarded a procurement as of yet because we are still uncertain on the ongoing operating expenses. The estimate from last year's submission was about a 1.6 million annualized cost for both the video storage, because there's a large amount of video that has to be stored either in a cloud or on-prem, as well as staff to manage the redaction, release, and disclosure of those video pieces. So with the lack of clarity on the ongoing funding availability, we've made the decision through commission and council to reprioritize where those dollars could be spent on ongoing projects. The CRIM project itself is a complete redesign of our records management system, both the data flows, how we capture that data, and how we're able to put it into things like the community safety dashboard that we released recently through restructuring all the information we capture and how it goes through our investigative process. That is an ongoing project that was scheduled to be completed in March of 23, and we can expedite some of the pieces with that by reutilizing some of the capital dollars that were in this profile. We would, of course, continue to work with Commission in order to bring forward budget solutions and support of an in-car video project going forward. We still maintain our support that we wish to have in-car video in our vehicles. So this is purely at this point an item that we've made a prioritization decision with the budgets that we have in place today.
Thank you for that. So I believe previous councils had been assured, though, that the in-car video would be operational, I believe, 6 months ago. If I understand your explanation, part of that is supply chain, part of that is chips, part of that is didn't spend the funds in that period. Am I understanding correctly?
Part of that was procurement delays. So we took, once the SCBA was approved to reallocate the dollars to an in-car video process through the commission, we did a thorough investigation of what our requirements were. That took a substantial amount of time. We had to engage a number of different areas of the service based on patrol having different needs, for example, tactical or canine, etc. We also did a market scan with the vendors out there in order to try and see what the current technology was and what the future technology would be, because these things do change quickly. For example, over the past year, there's been a complete relaunch of some of the products that are in the marketplace. So our initial scan of the products at the time is different than it would be today or 6 months from now, perhaps. So that procurement...
But sorry, would we anticipate then that council may see a request for like a capital request for in-car video coming this fall, or will it be integrated into the remainder of the seven years of the plan?
So we still have our 10-year capital plan, which was resubmitted recently here, so updated going forward. We would work with Commission to prioritize the capital budget submissions going forward. If that's one of the budget submissions that's recognized by Commission, then it would be brought forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe to administration then, just wanted to echo Councillor Stevenson's comments that really appreciate some of the work that's gone into this. And I think one of the things that triggered for me is just how expensive neighborhood renewal is, and going forward in the future, hearing lots of interest from neighborhoods about greater renewal. Is there, well, I'm out of time, but I'd like to ask more about this in future, so thank you for the work that's gone into this.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I would like to say, what is our full adjustment increase for the capital and last year? Do we have that number handy?
Councillor Rice, are you asking what the full increase to
yes,
as a result of
specifically
this
for the
report?
budget, and when we do that budget adjustment.
So this SCBA is asking for an increase to the capital budget of $134.7 million.
I ask for. I know this spring is requested this amount. I asked last year for, and how much increase we already requested?
How much did you approve in the fall supplementary
Yeah,
budget
for the
adjustment?
increase, yes.
Okay, I'd have to pull up those numbers, but it was in the order of close to $500 million when you take the Lewis Farms Rec Center, the site, the zoo.
Okay, so I would like to have a specific number for that. And so the second question I understand, and then right now for this time, the net increase request is $134.7 million. And among that, and $45 million is new tax support debt, right? And so how much that impact could be for our property tax for the next year and for that $45 million tax supported debt?
So just opening my notes here. So just for clarity, it is $45 million in tax supported debt for the land acquisition of the Southeast Transit Garage, plus $19.5 million for the tax supported debt on the River Valley Bridge.
So sorry, Ms. Pickup, I have to interrupt you here. I just want the number, the percentage for $45 million tax supported debt increased. What percentage will impact for the 2023 property tax?
So Councilor Rice, so I'm going to give you the total number first. So the total debt being approved for this report is $64.5 million, inclusive of the $45 million for the land purchase. And that will result in $4.2 million per year, approximately, in increased debt servicing costs, which is about a 0.2% tax levy increase. So I don't have right now readily available the breakdown between the two different.
I'd rather have a proper number here, and because $70 million for 1% tax increase, right?
Yeah, so if you just want for just the $45 million,
so
it will be 1.2. It's roughly 2/3 of that, so about $2.8 million of the annual requirement is for the land acquisition, and that would be
yes. Also, I know
about
what
0.16% tax levy increase.
Okay, that's his number I want to know. So the next question, if we increase, we're going to increase the request increase for $134 million for the capital. And so, and $45 million from the new tax supported debt. And for the rest of them, what's the funding source we will get to support this increase request?
Yeah, so Councilor Rice, it's a variety of different funding sources, but debt is one of the bigger ones, the two projects we just mentioned. There is a use of pay-as-you-go funding as well. There is some external contributions we're using as well. So attachment 2 outlines all the different funding sources that are being used to fund the $134.7 million. Those are some of the larger ones I just mentioned to you there.
I appreciate and the report is very clear. And however, from like decision make process and from governance role perspective, I do have concern. And for the increase keep coming. This is why I asked from the last fall to this spring. So if the increases keep coming and then to reflect the comments we already received and from our Edmontonians, Edmonton only has 2 seasons, winter season and construction season. So from that public accountability perspective, and also from a better planning and long-term planning perspective, how we can balance our limited resources and then to consider so high and property tax could be. And right now, if we approve this, is 1.6% will add to already 13% property tax for next year. And then, so I just, if this number and could clarify for that, and I just have a little bit of concern, my time is out. I will come for more questions. I'm not finished yet. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, just quickly, we approved a total of $689 million in the fall.
How much?
$689.3 million.
689.3.
89.3.
Thank you for that number.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions on the transit piece. For that 40, so I guess it's more on the ETS fleet storage facility. Given that the 45 million is for the land acquisition, I guess I'm just wondering what's the strategy with doing the south side one first? Not that, I have huge concerns, but it's more curious.
So,
Councillor,
go ahead.
Councillor Tang, the strategy was presented back in February, and so it's an amalgamation of different interventions, and the south east was identified as the first location to support the best strategy for deployment for ETS, and so it supports their operations, and so I'll see if Ms. McDonald has some comments on that.
Yeah, can you remind me the timeline for the north side one?
So the north side one, if the strategy is, so the timeline is of course in the hands of council. And so what we are looking to do is have the implementation of the strategy by 2040. And so the northwest garage would be in the later phase of the strategy.
Great, thank you.
More in the 2030s.
Great, thank you. And then I think you mentioned, there's a mention about funding agreement with other levels of government, and they were presented earlier. Do you anticipate we'll be successful in securing those matching fundings?
Yes.
Awesome, that's great to hear.
I don't know how to answer that other than we have to think that, because if we're doing this by ourselves, it becomes very challenging. And there have been clear commitments from the federal government that these types of initiatives are something that they're going to support.
Okay, that's great.
Land acquisition is something that is not eligible. We don't anticipate it being eligible, and this is a sign of commitment that we're moving in this direction, which certainly helps our case with the federal government.
Awesome, thank you. And then the dissemination of the 45 million is one time, or is it more over the years? But I'm kind of guessing it's one time.
Well, it'd be one time with an upset limit on the basis of getting to a deal for land. And as I said with an earlier answer, if it's less, we would just not allocate that funding.
Great. And I'm cognizant that there is a kind of a motion on the floor, because I did have a question about that, but I'm assuming, Mr. Corbell, at the beginning of your presentation, you asked no more motion to be put on the table. Is that the one you're referencing?
Well, yeah, what we're recommending is that the recommendation from administration be approved, and that we not do a lot of other motions related to capital this time. Or if there was a desire to do that, I might ask that you listen to the Outlook report first, but I don't think we need to do that. But
okay. I mean, apologies, but that conversation has been a while. So if you can remind me for the one around the transit priority measures, were those 5 areas going to be done at some point anyways? I don't know who to. And kind of the motion that would just, it's a matter of expediting that?
Yeah, so specifically the motion or the amendment that's on the floor, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, so for that one, the mass transit implementation work is underway. We're incorporating that into considerations that could come forward in the 23 to 26. In terms of what we could do over the next 6 months based on this motion, it would be limited. And so from our perspective, I think things are in hand and underway. So we don't feel that this motion is required.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So before I go to Councillor, I'll go through one round first. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Sorry, maybe I just misunderstood. Has the main motion been put on the floor for this?
No, the other one needs to be withdrawn. The amendment would have to be withdrawn before we.
Okay, so I'll just wait on that. Okay, then I'll just ask one quick question and let that happen after. Just in response to Councillor Rice's questions, I thought I heard 2 different numbers, so I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. The extra tax-supported debt would add 0.16%, not 1.6%. Is that, because I heard 2 different numbers.
0.16, and yeah, you did hear two different numbers because there is two different components of
Correct.
tax-supported debt, the land and the Rainbow Valley Bridge.
That's right.
It equates to $4.2 million in debt servicing for both of those together. So we gave, I think, 0.2.
So we were talking about 0.2%-ish for both of those items together.
For both together,
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to double check because I had heard the number 1 then followed by a point, so it's 0 point. Thank you. Then I'll just let everyone else do the withdrawals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So, Madam Clerk, in order to withdraw the amendment, can I go to Councillor Jens at this time to withdraw it?
Yeah,
or
so the
what is
motion's been moved and seconded, so it belongs to the assembly. So if there's no
So somebody
objections
wanna
with
move that?
unanimous consent, it can be removed.
So, Councillor Jens, you,
Yep, hearing from the clerk with unanimous consent, it could be removed, so I'll move, so move.
so move to be withdrawn?
We don't need to even vote if there's
Yeah.
no objection.
No, I see, let me look at the screen. See no objections. Okay, so withdrawn. And can someone move the recommendation? Councillor Rutherford?
Oh, I was going to move a second round, but I can move the recommendation as well.
Okay, okay. And can you move the second round? I mean, the second, second, Councillor Tank seconded the recommendation. And can you also move the second round, Councillor?
Sorry, can we do, they're different, if you do both of those motions together, then we're going to pass the supplementary capital budget adjustment right now with no further discussion. Is that?
We're
I'll
moving
move
the second round.
Okay, sorry.
We're moving the second
Thank
round,
you.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
what
So,
we're
and
voting.
then,
No.
so I don't know.
Second, need a second, Councillor Tank second, the second round. So please vote for second round of questions.
Yes, Madam Clerk, it's Tim.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Just one moment. We're just going to click you in. MJ's just going to correct the vote. We've got your vote. We have 13 votes, Mr. Chair.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we go into our second round.
And then I'll move the recommendation on the floor. Or, sorry, the recommendation in
It's
the
already-
report. Sorry.
I thought we already moved that. Or we need to do now?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a recommendation on the floor now. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you're first.
Sure, just very quickly, I think where I'm struggling with this report, with the follow-up capital investment outlook, is that the capital investment outlook seems to say, we are beyond stretched, we need to mind every penny, no new profiles, no new growth, and yet we do have recommendations in this report for new spending, recognizing that some of that is renewal. Just wondering if you can, because my instinct after reading the Outlook report is to come back and dig through every penny, every request in this report. But that's not the sense I'm getting, so I'm just finding those two reports a bit at odds. I'm wondering if you could just provide some assurance that passing this adjustment now does not sort of prejudice or lead into the risks that the Outlook is outlining for us.
And is your question specifically around the Rainbow Valley Bridge?
All of it, to be honest.
So maybe I'll start. The Neighborhood Renewal Program is a program capital budget program, sorry. It goes over multiple years. Our decision to recommend those projects in advancing is so that we don't lose a construction season that we're planning for this year. We're not anticipating that council would be suggesting anything different on the basis of the Neighborhood Renewal Program, so we felt comfortable with that recommendation.
Even though there are recommendations that we may need to revisit the Neighborhood Renewal Program.
So we're getting into CIO, but I would clarify, I'm pretty confident we don't make a recommendation to look at the Neighborhood Renewal Program. We identify that could be a consideration, and certainly Ms. Padbury could add if she wants, but I don't believe we would recommend that. What we're identifying within the CIO is that is something that could be considered by council based on the different pressures. We also identify that in order to support ongoing renewal needs, there could be a consideration of other funding sources, but perhaps we should stay that until we get to the CIO. As it relates to the Rainbow Valley Bridge, it's in a similar vein in terms of an approach to renewal. The option, as I said, to fund is different, and we're comfortable with that on the basis of the previously approved program, which I should add too includes support from other orders of government. It includes a significant shift in thinking around the corridor, that it would include premium active transportation and premium transit service to support a multimodal corridor. The original plan for Terwillegar and Whitemud was freeway to freeway, and through great work by our teams, we're now into an expressway that provides other modes of transportation in that corridor for areas that need it. So again, feel very confident that based on a program that was previously approved by council, that includes provincial funding, that includes the ongoing commitment to maintain our current assets, feel comfortable with that recommendation as well. In terms of others, they're sort of recosting and scope adjustments based on what happens with projects that are mid-flight. And so we do feel comfortable with the recommendations within the SCBA, but certainly if Ms. Padbury, I took the mic too long there, wants to add to that, I'll see if she does.
I would just say that part of the SCBA process is for us to prioritize. And so when you see things like neighborhood renewal, we're looking at the neighborhood renewal program. We don't have guidance to do anything different but look at that. But when you get to things like Transit Garage and Rainbow Valley Bridge, these are the things that bubble to the top of prioritization, knowing what is coming down the line. And so if transit is important to you, which we've heard that it is, that is why you see the land acquisition here, because we need to signal to the government that transit's important and we need to get moving on the grant funding. So that prioritization is embedded here. We know that it constrains you going forward, but that's why you see just a few things here.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks very much. I think that helps resolve the question for me, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The follow-up question, and then so for this $134.7 million is net impact. That means it's late increases. And so already considered other transfer funding, already considered other funding and from different resources. So that right now we are request to increase $134.7 million, right?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay.
And just to clarify my last, you asked a question on the previous round about the 134.7 million. So at the very end of attachment 3, there's a summary table showing all the funding sources that makes up. So you can see a lot of that funding is coming from existing reserves, or it's advancing work that we would have done otherwise. The biggest item there is the new debt for those two projects. So that's the biggest chunk of that, and then the neighborhood renewal program, which Adam just referred to. So those are the two biggest items there. And Councillor Stevenson, you can kind of see that as well when you were asking kind of what makes that up. That's the kind of summary of what makes it up. So it's kind of a split between new stuff and stuff that's coming out of existing reserves. So just advancing work.
Okay, so for the existing reserve, and then I understand that, and then what is the specific the net request, and we need to add to the next budget cycle?
So that is the 134.7.
Yeah, that is my understanding, but with the explanation, and then seems create the more confusion. And so if that is the case, $45 million that for new tax supported debts and is net increase, right?
So the budget is increasing by $45 million for the land acquisition for...
Yes, that is net increase. I just want net.
Net of, sorry,
Yeah,
net of
and,
what?
and because based on what language you used in the table, that net impact to the capital.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
so...
that is net increase. That means we consider all the other contribution and the fundings, reserves, and also contingencies, everything, and this is net increase we have.
So the 134.7 is net, but not everything is net of something. So for the transit garage, $45 million is a reflection of the land acquisition that we need to undertake. But if you look at other profiles, sometimes we have funding from elsewhere, so funds transferred from existing budgets, and then the 134 is the net new addition.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I would like to stop here, and sorry, and to mindful for my time, and because I just want to confirm that net increase. So the next question is, by looking at the increase request for here is more scope change increase is most, is $73.8 million. So can I have more information regarding what type of scope change? And because scope change is a one piece of project management, and then if we have so many different scope change and to increase additional $73.8 million, can I get some more details on that?
Details for that are provided in attachment
36.
Attachment 3.
Adjustment.
They're provided in attachment 3. So if there's something specific outside of, or sorry, that you need in addition to what's provided in attachment 3, maybe you can provide specifics.
No, I should reframe my question. What caused the scope change?
So Councillor Rice, when you look at attachment 2, it talks about what the scope changes are there. So there's the new transit garage, so 45 million is considered a scope change for the transit garage. There's the Terwillegar Expressway, which is another 19.5. That is also considered the scope change, which we've already talked about. There is the parking control technology for $2.8 million is considered a scope change. And the Ortana Armory building at 1.7 is also considered a scope change. So those are all outlined in attachment 2.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, for me to ask 6.2 questions, is this time or I have to wait for this motion passed first?
The both items are cross-referenced.
So I can ask the questions for the 6.2. And specifically for 6.2, and then, so when we select the southeast, the two new scope and then cost for this, and is there any specific criteria for us to select southeast and then northwest? And what's the process and for us to pick that specific site?
It was actually a previous report that we presented to council. It was the strategy around how we would go about accommodating future fleet and meet council's policy objectives related to electrifying or going to alternative fuel source for the fleet. So the strategy is actually something that's already been in front of council, which provides that detail.
When is that in front of council for that specific strategy? Is it in the committee?
No, it actually came to council. It went to
okay,
committee.
So I will double check that. Thank you.
And we can provide you that information. I'm just trying to see if we reference it in the report directly, but we can provide you that information so you can read up on it.
I do have questions in regard to
Sorry,
6.2, but my time is up.
Sorry, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Just a quick question about recostings, et cetera. So, just at a high level to administration, this report is dealing with the recostings and the items that we're trying to action between now and the 4-year budget in November. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so for some of the bigger questions about, say, if we were to need to reconsider or see adjustments on something like, say, the Lewis Estates Rec Center, or maybe another road project, or even transit, when would that conversation be taking place?
I think it depends on what you mean by adjustments. You've approved the Lewis Farms Rec Center at a certain value, which at all points in time, a part of the approval process is an estimate. So recostings or adjustments to previous estimates for capital funding, those come forward at the time and place that they become apparent to us that an adjustment is required.
So in this case, say for example in October, if it, price of steel or whatever it is, that if there's major adjustments to a number of our projects, we would be receiving a kind of subsequent capital adjustment report to council in that time frame as it becomes aware. Is that correct?
Yeah, so between now and the fall setting of the 4-year cycle, if we become aware of it, it'll come back in the 4-year cycle. Once you've passed your 4-year budget, those are the types of things that we typically see come back in each supplementary capital budget adjustment.
Okay, and just to clarify to the city manager's opening remarks, the administration still welcomes conversations about four-year capital budget considerations, but just, I think I heard, please no more adjustments or edits to the next 6 months, the period between now and the 4 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly yes on the latter, but I think we also need to be very cautious with unfunded packages coming forward in the fall because it's mounting up, and we'll talk more about that in the outlook. But yeah, that's another concern. So
okay, well,
but they're two different ones. One is for the now, and then between now and the fall, if we have more direction from council to add more unfunded packages, that's going to make the decisions more difficult in the fall.
Okay, thank you. And just further, maybe to the mayor or to administration, have we heard anything more about MSI funding? I mean, the mayor clearly articulated at the State of the City the inequity that Edmonton's has not received in terms of provincial funding. Have we received anything further that could influence these reports?
No, we haven't. I haven't.
No, and I think the MSI is transitioning to the local government fiscal framework, and the allocation for Calgary and Edmonton in that framework are very clear in the legislation. So, and there's been I don't anticipate that will change at this rate unless there's, changes in governments or different advocacy efforts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So, Councillor Rice, you need another round?
Yes, specific for 6.2.
I'll move another round.
Councillor Knack.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded it. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We're just sending the vote out right now. We're just waiting for 2 more votes.
Mine is not appearing, so yes.
Thank you. We're just waiting for 1 more vote.
Mine is also not appearing. I am a no.
MJ, can we just correct that vote, please? We have all the votes. Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And specifically for the 6.2, and on page 5 of the report, and we're talking of the total cost, and for the southeast garage. And so the total cost is $575 million. So right now, this spring adjustment is just only reflect $48 million for that land acquisition, right? So after this approved, we will be discussing for the entire total cost in budget 2023-26.
That's correct. And in the report, we also identify the opportunities of other orders of government contributing to this, and that would be a strong desire. And just back to your earlier questions related to the strategy, the report was approved by council on February 22nd of this year, and so more details could be found in that report related to how we landed on southeast, north, those sorts of considerations.
How we landed on southeast and northwest.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So this conversation, and if we approve this land acquisition, so will give us opportunity to pursue the process and with different order of government and for the capital project. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what this does is actually puts us in a position where we're signaling to the federal government that we're serious about our efforts to expand and improve transit, and specifically in the case of the 2 facilities that we're talking about, that we're pursuing different sort of fueling for those in terms of electrification or hydrogen. So it is something that helps us in terms of that conversation with the federal government, yes.
So how many is this type of garage and then cross our city right now?
I'd have to call on either Mr. Sebrick or.
Councillor, currently we have the 4 garages as well as the DATS facility and then our LRT facility. So the most recent one is the Kathleen Andrews, which was open just prior to the pandemic.
So right now we're add 2 more on the list.
That's what the strategy identifies, is, as Ms. Lattiser said, south priority, northwest, and all in the sort of 2040 timeframe, provided funding is allocated to do that.
Southeast and northwest. Okay, so is there any like specific mapping and to demonstrate which those type of garage located?
That would be the information that is included in that strategy report that was provided previously. And again, it was on February 22nd, and I can provide you the report details.
Okay, so I just want to look at it from balance cross-city perspective, how that strategy implement and to balance and between the different area around the city.
Yeah, it was a strategy, but it was also a site location study to inform the best way to program the fleet in terms of best way to get them out servicing Edmontonians. So it was informed on the basis of where our current facilities are and where future facilities should be.
Thank you for that. And specifically when you mentioned the site studies, that reminded me. And then one time when I tried to select that to ask a question, I was told that you should not select a site study and for ask questions. And then because it's many pages, but thank you for that information. And then so that is my question regarding to 6.2. So I can get back and then to Mr. Chair right now.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes all the questions. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, quickly, I just want to thank administration for all this work. There's a lot to juggle here, and they're doing an exemplary job. I also want to thank them for providing so much information in our reports. It really helps us to understand what is going on. And because of all that information that was already provided in the reports, as mentioned, I didn't have a lot of questions. So again, thanks for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I will call the vote now. Councillor Rice?
So I would like to speak.
Go ahead, you can speak now.
I will be very quick. I do believe in infrastructure improvement and cross city is very important and for our city and for Edmontonians. Just from that long-term planning perspective and how we can prioritize the balance, the limited resources, and to support actually our Edmontonians major our citizens wanted to do. And I think that type of conversation, I would like to see the continually and then happened in our council. And then for this adjustment, I would like to say thank you administration to provide this information. I'm going to support at this point. And then, but I still looking forward and for our budgeting discussion and how we can put that lenses of the physical responsibility and also to balance the resources to meet the majority of Edmontonians' needs and in terms of infrastructure improvement and across our city to cover and so many capital projects we have right now. And so thank you. That's my speech.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Now I will call the vote. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that's 6.1 and 6.2.
Sorry, the motion on 6.2, I don't recall was moved, or was it?
6.2, just hold on, just 6.2.
I can move the
Can
recommendation.
move the motion? Yeah, I can move that information.
Okay.
So I like move the June 7, 2022 Integrated Infrastructure Services Reports, IISO 1208, be received for information.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, cancelled it. Sorry, seconded it. Anyone to speak? I see none. I'll call the vote. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Kurtmel. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And 6.3 and 6.4 are also called cross-referenced, right? So, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt as a point of order. I'm just wondering from an agenda management perspective, these are two very complex items that are going to be broken up between our 1:30 p.m. discussion. And considering we have set up 2 other council meetings this week, I'm wondering if it would be more wise so that we don't break up this discussion, because I can't imagine the presentation will even be finished before lunch. Maybe it finishes before lunch, but we'll have, I imagine, some time. So I would move, if it's okay, to make it time specific at, I'll call it 9:30 tomorrow or on Friday, I don't care. But for the sake of a motion, I'll say Wednesday.
For Wednesday, for tomorrow? Yeah, that's good. That's seconded by Councillor Hamilton. So motion is to make 6.3 and 6.4 cross-referenced first items at 9:30 tomorrow. Please vote. I will call the vote now. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Kurtmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And that would lead us to 6.5, HEPA air filtration system. This was exempted by Councillor Principe. So information in the report. Any presentation from administration?
No presentation.
There is no presentation. So Councillor Principe, you selected this. I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'll let Councillor Knack go ahead first.
Okay, Councillor Knack, you want to go first?
Sure, nobody else on the list. Why
Go ahead.
not? Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just one quick question I had on this is, and maybe, I don't think I missed it, but I was curious about if we are doing any monitoring of our current buildings in terms of air quality and helping to understand how we're doing generally, and to me that will help inform what we need to do in the future. I know that there have been more and more people who are like going to events and going to spaces to act, and will measure that as something of importance. Do we collect that data? Have we started doing that internally?
I'll just double check with the team. I believe we do, but let me just confirm with Ms. Ladisor.
Thanks, Adam. I would like to turn it to Mr. Tilrow and see if he can comment on that.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Daryl Tilrow, first of all, Director of Engineering Services. As part of this report, we did gather a lot of information on what we are currently monitoring with our facility maintenance services and where we have HEPA filtration and where we don't, which is we don't have it, and also what degree of filtration we have in a lot of our facilities. So I'm not sure if that quite answers the question in terms of the degree of monitoring. Maybe I'll turn it back.
Yeah, I guess I get, so it sounds like we're doing a bit of that. I guess my big question is going forward, we're not looking to solve this now, and I appreciate the report, why the suggestions are the way they are. But if we're looking to do different portable filters, different things, how are we deciding that going forward, and what is our current state? And again, I don't need that now per se, but if we are starting to collect that, I think that might be information that is important for the users of our facilities, and more importantly for us to determine if we need to make temporary upgrades or smaller upgrades in certain locations that are maybe older with less, I don't know, I'm no expert in this, less whatever you need to do to make it better.
Yeah, I think that's what we identify in the report, Councillor Knack, is that for those that don't have the, call them premium filtration systems, like our bigger facilities, that we continue to look and work with our facility maintenance folks on the best systems to support that.
And yeah, so the question was, how are we tracking that? What data are we collecting so that you can make those decisions? And that's the part that I just didn't feel I had. So I just leave it more for information to make sure we have a way to gather and collect that data.
Yeah, noted, and we can work with facility maintenance on that.
Great.
I just also wanted to add, there's a second level of protection, if you will, under the occupational health and safety considerations, because we do hazard assessments of the facilities on a routine basis, and that is sometimes where things can be identified as well. So it's just an additional level of consideration.
That's helpful, and I do see
And
Mr. Robar's hand up.
yeah, maybe just to add to that, Fleet and Facilities does review all the buildings, and we have upgraded our filtration systems to a MERV3 filter, which is significantly better than what we had there previously, and have assessed all of our buildings and transitioned most of them to this MERV3 setup.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was just how do we determine the case-by-case circumstances like, and so I guess my question was really answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate this analysis. I know this was something that I had put forward, thinking about how city can start to incorporate some of these health promoting mechanisms in our infrastructure and built environment. I guess one thing that was a bit missing for me in the analysis, certainly understanding that, going to the industry expert is very important. And when we design for industry standards, we're not necessarily designing for, pandemic, virus and that kind of stuff. But I was wondering if any of, in this work, you cross-reference any kind of research, peer review research or AHS data, considering that this did stem from that discussion.
So, Councillor, or Adam, if you're okay.
You go ahead.
Okay, so I think where it's important is that we took an approach from our expertise is on the engineering side, and so what we looked at is our peers on the building design and how the best practices of the industry. And I think this is where an organization like the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, Air Conditioning Engineers and ASHRAE are really those experts that do those peer review and integrate new innovation and knowledge. And so we look for those types of association to give us that expertise and complement what we brought forward in front of you. And so you saw in the report, we referenced the ASHRAE recommendations, which were reviewed in that context of how does our industry respond to a pandemic.
Right. Did you look at what other municipalities were doing? Or if any other jurisdictions? Because I was, partly inspired by what the school board was doing, but your report is pretty clear about how that's a very different context.
I'll double check with the team. I believe we looked at our immediate kind of surroundings. And so, yeah, we did look at how the school boards, what they were doing and why they were doing it. Mr. Toro, anything else that we reviewed?
As part of the scope, we didn't do any sort of a, broad survey of other municipalities. We did look, though, as has already been noted, for ASHRAE guidelines and guidance. Maybe I'll go one more down. Sean, if you're there, can you comment on anything else that might have been in the scope of the actual report behind this?
So, yeah, we did bring on a third-party consultant to assist with us and help build out the analysis in addition to what we knew in-house. And we also did a bit of a paper review and looked at some documentation that they referenced in their report about, cost effectiveness and filtration effectiveness for different levels. In terms of a jurisdictional scan, we just kept it local, and there was a lot of variation amongst local municipalities and whatever else in terms of what one municipality was doing and what one wasn't. And so we just tried to really focus on the technical aspects and a lot of the physical aspects in terms of building type and air handling unit type and that sort of thing.
Great, thank you. For the 200 large high profile, how many of those are currently upgraded to MERV 13 or have capacity to be upgraded? Do you have a sense?
I think when we looked, we only got to maybe, I think 60, so we only got data on about 60 of them at the time for this report, and about half of them, if I remember correctly, Daryl, feel free to jump in here. I think only about half of them had MERV 13, but there's a lot of other points here. A lot of these other air handling units, they're 100% outside air. So we wouldn't put MERV 13 on them. They're just bringing 100% fresh air from outside. They're not recirculating air. So it's hard to like tell you that 50% of them are upgraded and this means something. A lot of our new facilities, that the air handling units, they don't recirculate. They just bring in 100% outside air and they exhaust it. So it's not like a apples to apples comparison, if that makes sense.
Great. And then,
Oh, I was just going to offer, you had asked for the numbers of the 192 flagship facilities. We did a bit of a subsample of that, of the ones we knew exactly, and of those 66, 37 of those 66 already have MERV 13 or better.
great, thank you. And then just on that kind of case-by-case basis, just to clarify, you don't need any council direction for that. That will be part of your work.
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Whenever we go into renew a facility, we look at this as an opportunity, and as Councillor Knack said, we've got a process that's built in for some of the smaller scale facilities.
Yeah, and I just want to end by, stressing that, appreciate the report, especially the fact that it's about any benefit would be marginal, but it comes at a significant cost, and that's what I weighed, and I appreciate the information presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two very quick questions. I do understand, and from reports, our administration does not recommend mandate installation of this. So today, and then appreciate the information. If we receive the information only in what a next step could happen.
We continue to carry out, as we've identified within the report, that essentially where those opportunities presented to improve as part of renewal, continue to monitor and assess facilities, get the data to support it, and where there's specific locations where a portable unit might work, we would consider that as part of our assessment.
So in Flatty's case, the next question is related, and because it indicated very clear in the report, and this is actually for the next steps for many works, if we're pursued, will require significant operational and capital investment as well. And so how can you tell more about that, and for us to get the sense how this could impact, and for the from operational and capital perspective, and is there any more investments and the funding requests will come to 2023-26 budget?
Specifically related to this, I would say no. I think we would incorporate this into ongoing efforts in our renewal of our facilities as part of that scope, in terms of an assessment of what's the best method to provide good filtration with our facilities.
Okay, so there's no additional resources needed at this moment?
I would identify that as part of our renewal. It would be included in that scope of work, like other modernization improvements that we make as part of our renewal program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Tang, this came out of your inquiry. You want to move the recommendation?
Sure, I move that we receive this report for information.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
We're just waiting for one vote.
I'm a yes, sorry, it didn't come up.
Thank you, we have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. Okay, our next item is licenses, rental providers, and public access to information. This came from Urban Planning Committee without a recommendation, so I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to introduce the item.
Yeah, and this was a while ago, but if I recall correctly, there was not a lot of discussion, if any, actually, at Urban Planning Committee. This is a response to an inquiry from Councillor Jans. And we had no speakers on the item, and there was not a recommendation from administration either.
But we can move the recommendation now, right? To have something on the floor?
Mhm.
Right? So would you like to do that, Councillor
So the
Hamlet?
recommendation in the report was that the April 26, 2022 Urban Planning and Economy Report be received for information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could, put, I mean, yeah, someone should put that on the floor.
Councillor Jans?
I have another motion, though.
So I would just remind you that Councillor Rice selected it.
Yeah.
So,
So we go to Councillor Rice to start. Please start lining up for questions. Councillor Rice, you selected this, so I'll go to you first.
Yes, I do have a few questions. It's a long time right now, try to remember here. The first question, and then for specifically for the nonsense, I do believe, and there's a very detailed information in the report, and this is more under provincial jurisdiction, right?
For business licenses within Edmonton.
Business license is ours,
Is
and
ours.
but for the recreation piece.
For rental properties, a lot of the jurisdiction falls into the provincial jurisdiction. You're correct.
Reports talk about we require additional resources to research scope and develop service delivery options. Can you describe more about this?
If council was to proceed with something like a rental registry for Edmonton, we would need additional resources to develop that registry, to look through what the legal implications would be of us collecting that information, as well as for us to be able to work with businesses in order to collect the information.
So do we have a specific timeline and also the resources required for example, FTE numbers and cost and budget, operation, and cost, everything like that?
Administration's recommendation at this time is to not proceed with any work in this space, to continue the work that we currently have underway. So, Councillor Rice, we do not have a recommendation on proceeding with developing a registry at this time.
Okay.
The priority in the department really is the zoning bylaw renewal work. We're very much focused on that. That is the main body of work in the department that we want to continue to have as the top priority. And then we'd be happy to entertain other recommendations from council about what the priorities could be after that. But really, that is a focus of the teams right now.
That is clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. May I put a subsequent motion on the floor, or I guess a motion on the floor now?
Madam Clerk, subsequent will have to be after.
It wouldn't be a subsequent, I guess I'm.
Need your guidance.
So there's nothing subsequent because there's nothing on the floor?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's, if it's okay with you, there can just be a motion put on the floor in response to this report.
Okay.
Your call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the mayor, it's part one, that the mayor on behalf of City Council write a letter to the Government of Alberta highlighting the need to expand and enhance minimum rental standards. And number two, that administration prepare a report identifying options and tools available to the City of Edmonton to support residential tenants beyond existing provincial requirements and standards and available tenant services. Due date Q1 2023, Community and Public Standards Committee. May I introduce it?
We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Okay, please do make the introduction.
Thank you. I certainly concur with administration that zoning bylaw renewal is the most important piece of work in front of our council now. However, I don't want to lose sight that there's a growing need here to evaluate what the city can do to help build more livable communities for everyone. And with 37% of Edmontonians renting, and with more and more questions about everything from energy efficiency to how to ensure that we have conflict resolution mechanisms, to making sure that we can provide safe and welcoming and affordable accommodations, and avoiding some of the pitfalls around evictions and other challenges that we're seeing in other communities. More and more, there's a growing movement towards renters' rights and helping realize housing as a human right, and that a rental is not just a financial tool or investment vehicle for a business, but rather it's a home, and it's a home for a lot of our neighbors. And this dovetails now nicely with Councillor Salvador's work around problem properties, that sometimes when we have a challenge, it's actually, I can think of one example in my constituency where neighbors were having problems with the problem property, and it was actually the landlord who lived on Vancouver Island who wasn't taking care of the property there that they needed to connect and deal with. So this goes back to a basic foundational consumer advocacy perspective here, that we want to make sure that renters, before they sign a lease, which is very asymmetrical in power, a landlord can ruin your credit rating, a landlord can evict you, a landlord can cause you all kinds of additional costs and challenges, and we want to make sure that there's more information available to renters. So what this open-ended motion is number one, just asking the government to do more in the way of rental standards, which, to Councillor Rice's point, very much is provincial. But then secondly, asking administration here to potentially look at what other tools and opportunities do we have to help tenants, to help build better accommodations more aligned with the housing as a human rights strategy. So that's the intention beyond this, and to build upon this important work. I understand that this is probably going to be a multi-year project, and that it hasn't received the attention that it deserves throughout the province, but hopefully this is a step in that direction.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. Just a very quick question. I appreciated the report and wanted to touch base again, just in terms of thinking of our problem property strategy and the business licensing process. Just wondering if I could have a bit of an update on how we are looking at the business license as a potential tool for dealing with problem properties.
That work's underway right now, and I don't have a report back on that quite yet.
No,
but it is absolutely a tool that we could use.
Perfect. That's great. And then just wondering too, if we have done any work as a city to reach out to the providers or the platforms, so Airbnb and such, to see if they would require the people who are signing up on their site to show proof of a business license?
They have to, actually. Yeah, that's part of our business license requirements for short-term rentals. For Airbnb, VRBO, you're required to have a business license in Edmonton.
But sorry, does Airbnb require their providers to have a business license?
We have worked with them. I can't speak for each of the individual providers. We have asked for that.
Okay, is that an area of advocacy that you think would be useful in this regard?
We can ask again, ask all of them to require it for sure, if that's the desire of council.
Okay, only if that's helpful, just trying to think of the different tools to support that. That's everything, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a question to the mover, just to confirm, when we're talking the rights of renters, this would also include mobile home, people who live in mobile home communities, because while they own the mobile home itself, they rent from the landowner for the parcel of land. So I just wanted to confirm that was that you're thinking to include them? Is that sort of in the text?
Yeah, through you, thank you, Councillor. Yes, I would concur. I think the wording provided by administration here about using the language residential tenants, I think it's trying to make it as broad as possible. Right. That this isn't just about Airbnbs or short-term rentals. This is very much broadly, and I didn't speak about this in my opening, but certainly would want to see Alberta Health Services and others considered in this as well too. I think I've shared the story about my cockroaches, my experience there, and certainly would want to bring as many partners as we can into this journey.
Absolutely, not your personal cockroaches that you let out, the ones infested your building, I believe, right?
Yeah. Prior to signing a lease, yeah. I was unaware. Yeah.
And I know Councillor Paquette had already done some work on mobile homes, but I just wanted to ask that because while I know their rights are limited under the Mobile Home Tenancy Act, and that's a different series of challenges, I just wanted to make sure we if we're going to do advocacy, we might as well keep pushing on that one as well. So as limited as it might be. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess my question to administration is, your recommendation is not to proceed at this time, and as I read in the report, it says, should there be a desire for additional kind of work on this area, that resources for research, scope, and development would be required. And I'm mindful of the operating outlook that we have, and also all of the city building priorities, the growth plan, the zoning bylaw. There's some really big hitter transformational projects on your plate. So I just want to get a sense from you about, for point number 2, is that concerning if that goes forward from a resourcing perspective?
I believe that community services is going to do the bulk of the work for point number 2, and I will say that I will manage that there will be limited input from the UPE department because of those priorities that are underway. But we can touch on what the implications could be.
Is that going to be effective if community services, because so many of this is like really the leverage, is not the leverage tool that we have the business licensing, which would fall under your division?
If I can interject, you're right, there are a lot of priorities. There is limited capacity.
Yeah.
And I think that we are trying to be as accommodating as possible, saying that, obviously if it's council's will, we will try to find a way, but in saying yes to one thing, then as a consequence, we may have to say no to other things. And so a reprioritization would occur. So I think, as the report suggests, this is not a priority for this time for a myriad of reasons, and human capacity is one of those.
Anything to add, Ms.?
We're just not sure at this point that the business license bylaw would be the right tool to use. It's one of the tools, so we would go through that to determine.
Yeah. Okay, so as I'm just going to quickly speak to this and say I would support number 1. I will not support number 2 in consideration of the resources and the prioritization that we're having and the limited jurisdictional lever tools that we have within the city. But I do absolutely support advocating to the province for looking at that housing as a right perspective and enhancing and strengthening renter rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we splitting this for vote?
Yeah, we will split it for voting purposes, 1 to 1 and 2.
Yeah, okay. All right, and I would, further to Councillor Knack's questions, I'm hoping it's a friendly amendment to add on point 2, after residential tenants, just a simple acknowledgement to mobile homeowners as well. So support residential tenants, including mobile home owners beyond existing provincial requirements, if that's friendly.
Is that
it's not friendly? Happy to take it to a vote.
Is that friendly? It seems like a friendly. Yeah. Councillor Paquette? It's friendly, yeah.
Okay, and that's all I got.
That's all?
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Yeah, and I will just mention that I believe on point 2, we already have actually much of that work done, so it may just be a simple matter of bringing out that information from past reports.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Jens, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify with administration that you do have the work and the report I think maybe possibly very similar to the one that we've been presented.
There is a next iteration of the work that's currently underway. I'm just hesitating on if business licenses is the tool, you won't get all the full details in this report, but maybe that's just another follow-up report. There's work that's underway in community services that would support option 2 here, number 2, and I can't comment on what the right tool is yet. So I think we could put something together, but it might not be as in-depth. It might not be to the point that it's ready for implementation is just my caution.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. So that concludes Oh, Councillor Jens, you have a second round, or you want to
I
speak?
wanted to close.
You want to close? Okay, good. All right, so that concludes the questions. Anyone else to speak before I go to Councillor Jens to close? See none. Councillor Jens?
Thank you very much. And I would say initially when I made the request, it was about the registry and the idea about a database or something like that. But in conversation with administration, understanding that there's so many other partners at play here, from health services to other partners, and that's why the second part of this motion here is about more broadly options for the city. How do we support residential tenants? I think all of us have had that call to our office about a bad landlord, or all of us have had that call about an eviction. All of us have heard about, if we're serious about being an anti-racist city, and if we're serious about doing equity work, and if we're serious about our truth and reconciliation work, many of us have, I certainly have heard about discriminatory relationships in housing. And I think fundamentally, when we think about the city plan and what we're doing, and all of our Tuesday public hearings, and all of the units we're adding, predominantly more and more of them are rentals. And we need to make sure that we are dealing with everything under our control as a city in terms of helping make more human rights-based decisions around housing. So certainly we can advocate to the province and ask them to do more and coordinate services, etc. But the second part here is, let's at least get a list of options and tools available to us. I understand that they may come with funding packages, they may come with challenges, but at least I'd like to see a greater examination, sitting down with our housing folks, with administration, and seeing what we can do. Many of us have heard about the concerns around slum landlords and some of the extreme examples. Many of us have heard about the problem properties and challenges, but I worry that if we don't pass number 2 right now, we aren't truly looking under every rock in terms of the options that we have as a council to do more. Now, from where we go with those options, that'll be certainly another resourcing conversation. But I can't think of something more fundamental than home. And for many folks, 37% of Edmontonians, this is home. So I'd urge you to support both. Let's just follow this a little further and see what other options and creative solutions can come forward from admin. Let's continue working on the problem properties work, and let's build a welcoming Edmonton for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So please vote on number 1 first. Point 1.
We're just waiting for one vote.
That must be me, because it's not coming up, so I'll yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we will vote on part 2.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next item is 6.7, former St. Andrews School Field Site and Inglewood Open Space Priorities. This was a recommendation from the Executive Committee. Item is exempted by Councillor Rice, but I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to probably put the motion on the floor, because this was your member of the committee, and this was the work that you've been leading.
Yeah, so this did come forward as a recommendation from committee. We had really rich debate. And so the recommendation of the committee is that administration approach the property owner to negotiate the purchase of the former St. Andrews Schoolfield site at fair market value, as outlined in the April 27th, 2022 Urban Planning and Economy Report, with acquisition funding from the city's municipal reserve accounts, and if necessary, prepare a budget adjustment for council's consideration to transfer municipal reserve funds into the existing mature land acquisition capital profile to support this acquisition. And 2, that the attachment 2 of the April 27th, 2022 Urban Planning and Economy Report remain private pursuant sections 16 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protections and Privacy Act.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. We have a
Can I
motion on the floor. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so I think, I spoke really passionate about this at committee. This is something that I know for former councilors, they've had this property come at public hearing a few times. I know it's a bit of an anomaly in being so neighborhood specific in a motion that's coming to council. I recognize that, but I think there's two things to really highlight to folks in the room today, that this is at fair market value. We're not asking for it to come back as more, and that this will use existing funds, and there will also be another council decision point if it's going to go above the existing funds that we have. If you read the report, if necessary, prepare a budget adjustment. So this is not the only council decision. This is a hurdle to say, you know what, we know how important this parcel of land and having equitable access to green space across neighborhoods as neighborhoods grow, as one of the fastest growing neighborhoods. And so that was the discussion that we had. Again, this is by no means that we're going to purchase. We don't even know if the property owner is interested. This is approaching them. So I would urge my colleagues to consider what was discussed at committee in support of this, and know that in terms of budget, any adjustments will come back for that final council decision. So let's give the opportunity to explore it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice, I'll go to you next.
So it's just to speak?
I know you can ask questions, or you just want to speak to this, or you have questions?
Yeah, I just quick speak. I don't have question because
So
the
go ahead.
question is already asked.
So let me just hold on, then I'm going to, any other council members have any questions? Okay, Councillor Rice to speak.
So I just would like to say I'm not going to support this. I saw a Lazar name, and then Councillor Paquette is
No,
for
you've
speak.
got Councillor Rice, this is your time, so please
Okay.
speak.
I'm not going to support this land acquisition starting process based on information I received from administration here. And so in the report, it indicated very clear. And so this process, this land acquisition, will providing some benefit for the existing user, but may not significantly enhance the resident access to open spaces or role and add to the open space diversity with this area of the neighborhoods. I think that is a very clear message and information sent to our administration based on their comprehensive work already happening in the past years and right now. And then also the green spaces, yes, that is a fundamental piece to ensure our quality of life in our neighborhoods. But we do need to consider about the prioritizing right now, and then how much we are going to spend and how much resources we have. And so with that said, just very quick, so I'm not going to support this. But thank you for the great intention and to support our community, our neighborhood.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With great regret, I'm not going to support this, but I do hope it passes for this, for Councillor Rutherford. That's about it. Just to expand a little bit, we did get information that says that the green space may be enough. I understand that we have to take a look at future growth, but that's a long time coming. And in the meantime, there is a lot of areas already for the community to take advantage of, and I believe one coming up as well. But I won't speak to that. But full kudos to Councillor Rutherford for really working hard for this community. And again, won't support it, but I acknowledge that hard work. And for her sake, I wouldn't even be upset in any way if this passes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I echo my support and appreciation for the work that Councillor Rutherford is doing for her ward, and I think this is absolutely the right thing for her to be doing. I will also not be supporting it, though, just for those reasons of equitable access, knowing that there are other areas of the city that have prioritization for their green space needs. And then we have other mechanisms in that neighborhood to secure future green space needs through the subdivision process. I'm definitely supportive of welcoming more homes to this property as well, and so hope to see either way, this land will go to great use. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Sorry, and I know we talked about it at committee, but it's been a while, and I feel like after I heard those folks who want to be supportive but don't want to vote for it, I want to make a pitch, which is as somebody who, when I first started on council, Councillor Ben Henderson and I brought forward a motion on the mature area land acquisition and failed miserably because the two of us supported it and nobody else did. And I actually think it started us down a path of falling behind in land acquisition for green space in our mature neighborhoods. And I think we started to fix that in the last 4-year budget cycle with a very minuscule amount of money. And I should note that money doesn't, by approving this, it doesn't take away from the other areas. So it doesn't take away in my neck of the woods to Jasper Place, which has a much greater shortage of park space than the area that we're talking about, or any of the communities that were identified in that capital profile. So I think that's an important distinction, number one. If by chance it came back and it was looking like it would take away from that, that's where the budget request would come in. And at which point council would have an opportunity to say, well, you know what, there are higher priorities and we're not going to increase this budget any further, so therefore we shouldn't do it. But let's get that information before we rule this out. Let's make sure that we have really thought through that piece of the work, because I actually think this is the first of what will likely be many requirements across many mature neighborhoods that we all represent. I don't think we have enough in that budget right now. I think we're going to need to do far more. And I am very concerned that if we say no to this now, we are setting ourselves up for yet again another 4-year cycle where we are underfunding the necessary land acquisition as identified in Breathe, which I think this council, this council didn't support it, I am fairly confident this council is quite supportive of the notion of Breathe and everything that is required in that. So appreciating for all those points, I'm going to make a pitch to say if you do support it, then in fact you can click yes and we'll get you there, instead of saying I just don't want you to say yes and then vote no, because I think this is actually really important, not just for this community. This is a bigger city-wide issue, and that's why I think we need to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, maybe can you move we extend the order of the day to finish this item?
Yeah, I think we're almost complete, but yeah, I'll move extending to complete. So we'll just go a little bit over noon.
Yeah.
Second
by
This
Councillor
item,
Knack.
not the agenda.
Just this item. Oh,
Yeah.
Wishful thinking. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Oops.
We're still waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. Okay, we're back. Just hold on. Here we go. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I am going to support this for one simple reason, that we need equitable access to green space in every neighborhood. And hearing from the residents at the committee, we heard that as we increase more infill, as we encourage more and more people to live in our mature neighborhoods, and Inglewood is one of those neighborhoods that has really embraced infill. There are more people moving into that community, and there's not enough green space. Edmonton is blessed to have vast green spaces, including our river valley, but not everyone has access to that green space. So as we build more infill, more denser communities, we need to make sure that that green space is equitably distributed as much as possible. And I really want to commend Councillor Rutherford for working hard on this and really bringing this to to committee's attention and through committee to council's attention. I hope that council will support it. And I will go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you so much. And I know that it's hard when it, again, so unique. I want to just be clear, though, that yes, Inglewood is in my ward, but I would fight just as hard for the protection of green space in any ward across the city in any mature neighborhood. So, you know, I'm obviously bringing this forward on behalf of many conversations I've had with ward residents and as their representative, but I really truly believe in the value of what Mayor Sohi said, what Councillor Knack said about the need for green space and preserving it and protecting it before it's gone, because once it's gone, it's really hard to get back. And yes, there may be mechanisms in the future, but those mechanisms come at a greater cost than an undeveloped parcel of land does. It's just a reality. And so, again, you know, while I understand it's a hard one to consider being so hyper-localized, I really do hope that, you know, you give this a chance to even progress further and see. And I've already talked at length at committee about some of the uniqueness of specifically this community in relation to the park space, in relation to, you know, economic spread and income within the community in terms of, you know, the highest urban indigenous population. And so there's many other unique factors that I could go on and on about this neighborhood with, but I've done that at length at committee. So I respect and appreciate where everyone's decision-making lands, but I really do encourage and hope that my colleagues do see the value in exploring this further and listening to community about how important this green space is for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Call the vote.
Point of order.
Oh.
We need to divide so that the second part of the private, if this fails, so we need to vote on 1 and 2 separately.
Madam Clerk, yes? Okay, I'll call, sorry. All right. Just hold on, let me pull it back here. Here we go. So we vote on number 1 first, Madam Clerk? Is that?
You can vote on 1 or 2 first. It's just if the second part of the motion fails, then I can't keep it in private because council's directed me to release that information. And I'm not sure that's your intention.
Yeah, so vote on number 1 first. Okay,
That'd be
got
good.
it. Vote on number 1 first.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we vote on number 2.
Just waiting for one more vote, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes.
We're just waiting for
Oh,
one more
one,
vote,
okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Councillor Paquette, are you with us?
I am. I voted. I am a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we will be back at 1:30 with the 6.8, right? right, I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
And we have time specific at 1:30, which is the item 6.8. But I think there's a request from city manager for another item to be made time specific as well, to be dealt with today.
Yes, Your Worship, it would be good to review the transit bylaw today, just so that I know whether it should be included in our safety report to the province or not later in the week. So if we can get a decision one way or the other on that, it would be very helpful for clarity in our safety report.
I'll move that be made time specific for second item at
second item.
1:30.
Okay,
Second.
second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, we're just sending the vote out. Councillor Rice seconded it.
I can't vote, so yes.
We're just sending the vote
Oh,
out.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just waiting for one more vote. Councillor Jazz, thank you. I have all the votes.
Would you like to move the recommendation in the police report, or you want Councillor Rutherford to do it? No desire to, or go to Councillor Rutherford then? Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, colleagues. All right, to our first item on the agenda, 1:30. This item was discussed at length at the committee, and there's a recommendation from the committee on this, and I will go to Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson is not, you can,
Point of clarification.
oh, sorry.
I thought that it was the person who selected the item.
I don't know what the
That's the practice we've done all year,
No,
except,
no, it hasn't.
except for this morning.
So this is a recommendation from the committee, right? So usually the committee chair or the vice chair of the committee introduces the item, right, and moves the recommendation. That's my understanding from committee reports.
Can
but
I get
I
clarification
could
from
be wrong.
clerk's office, please?
So that it has been our customary practice that when there's a recommendation up from committee to council, it is entirely possible for either the committee chair or the vice chair to put that recommendation on the floor, but it does not have to happen that way.
Yeah.
It has been the practice, it has
Yeah.
been, that is a long-standing practice, but the motion that came up from committee does not have to be put on the floor if nobody at council wants that to have happen.
Yeah. So the practice is
So that's
used.
up to the chair then?
The motion can be made by anybody, but the recommendation from committee, the way I've always interpreted it, is just like a recommendation from administration. The material is in front of the assembly, and the assembly can decide to put it on the floor. While somebody always selects the item for debate, it is customary to go to the chair of that committee,
Yeah.
whether it's whatever standing committee, and then
Yeah.
typically they put that motion on the floor. But again, that's up to the chair and that's up to committee.
Yeah, I'm just following the customary procedures from committee recommendations as we did with the Councillor Hamilton moved the motion from the previous, or not, I mean, the as chair, they move the motion, whatever recommendation comes from the.
Yeah, I just noticed that that was only this morning that we followed that. Yeah.
I thought I've been following that, but we'll go visit.
I do think, just to explain a little bit why this item was discussed at the last council meeting, but it was for the purposes of hearing from the speakers.
Yeah.
At that point in time, it would have been okay had the recommendation from committee been put on the floor then, but it's my understanding that that didn't happen, and so right now there's no item on the floor for this item.
Okay, cool.
So,
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes,
So
Councillor
I
Rice.
select this item, and based on what I heard from procedure perspective, and then I think we have been, this council has been practiced many times, and to go to and who selected this point first. Is that the process?
So the practice that I have followed, maybe not perfectly so far, is that if a report is discussed at the committee and committee has made a recommendation, I usually go to the chair of the committee to introduce that item and move that motion or put that recommendation on the floor. That's a practice I have followed or tried to follow, may not have been perfect. So that's the process I'm trying to follow in this here. But if somebody, Councillor Rice, if you as a mover of the, as you select this, would you like to move this recommendation?
No, I have different.
Yeah, then we have
Yeah,
to.
I have the difference, and I just start and to further practice, and then we should be consistent.
Yeah.
And we should not be under today's this approach, and tomorrow is different approach.
Absolutely, that's what I have been trying to do. Okay, good. Councillor Cardinal?
Yes, Mayor Sohi, so you are the chair of executive, and this came up from executive.
Yeah, so if
if you, as the chair of executive, want to put the motion on the floor, then you could pass the chair of this meeting to Councillor Paquette and go on that basis. That would be consistent with what we've done.
I was told that in the absence of me chairing, like because I chair, that I go to vice chair of the executive committee. That's what we have done in the past. Otherwise, I would have to see the chair, right? And then, yeah. But anyways, I would like to follow the process that I have followed in the past. We can revisit that in the future. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Sure, thank you. So at our last executive committee meeting, we discussed the different approaches to allocating resources for Edmonton Police Service. And it led to a motion and recommendation of the committee that the Edmonton, so I'll move that the Edmonton Police Service receives operating funding of $385 million net operating requirement starting in 2023 on an ongoing basis, not including funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve, and that the budget process for police funding align with existing civic department processes for the development of the 2023-2026 operating budget.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Rutherford. This item was selected by Councillor Rice, and I will go to her first. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So it's my understanding based on the information from administration. So they indicated very clear we don't need the base number and to start and for the budgeting process and to EPS. So is that correct, right?
Yeah, that's what we said during the presentation.
Yes.
At committee, Councillor? Yeah.
So if that is the case, I don't think we need to set up the number here and specific for the starting point for us to have debate. So definitely I'm going to have the different movement, but I do want to say the question regarding so right now we only have one part on the floor, and we have two parts and for the motion, right?
Motion is what is on the floor.
I thought we have two parts and based on the here. Okay, so the question to administration. From the history of our police funding, how we developed, and how we ensure that sustainable peace and predictable peace, and in this process to ensure we have the adequate resources for police, for these core services to our city.
Well, I would just say, Councillor, that both the option, like all the options in the report, provide funding to the police. It's just a different way of doing it. And, you know, all the decisions that are funded, whether you do it every year or whether you do it as part of a funding formula, those are viable ways to fund the police. It's really what amounts you do every year, which ensures if they're sustainable or not.
So do we have specific data and from historically and to demonstrate and which mechanism? And so there's three options here. Which mechanism actually is really efficient and more responsible? And then from like three parts and city administration and EPS and also city council to work together to identify and these specific resources and for EPS.
Yeah, so we recommended the funding formula because of the certainty and clarity it provides. As to the history of that, it's gone different ways and can go different ways. So
okay,
that was our recommendation.
So that's option 2.
Correct.
Okay,
was the recommendation.
That's his recommendation from administration based on the analysis and to the historical data and
yeah,
information.
that was a recommendation from administration at committee, and now we're considering a different motion that committee has put forward after thorough discussion. So.
Okay, so then the third question could be, and so right now the public safety, and then including LRT and public transit safety, and including some high-risk area across our city, and then everybody can say this concern and this risk, and is getting higher and higher. And do we have specific way how we look at this process? And then how we can ensure our city can focus on this one of the core services and to really make some change and to release that public fears and from our citizens regarding this EPA's budget discussion. So I know we're doing something. And is there anything and from financial perspective? And then can you provide a little bit more comment on that?
Well, I would say that the response to the immediate safety concerns will come as our public safety plan is produced and shared and provided to the Minister of Justice as per his direction. So we'll be doing that this week, and that is really the immediate actions that are taking place to deal with recent events and the rise in crime. So that is, I think, how we're going to demonstrate that in terms of what the actions we're taking are.
Okay, I think that's my first few questions. I may come back for more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just have a request to see, I don't know if I need to officially do it as an amendment, but I'd like to split this essentially at the end so that we're voting for the funding piece and then the formula separately. Because it's not officially numbered 1 and 2, I don't know if I can make that request without an amendment or if I have to make an amendment to officially split those two. So I may be looking to the clerk for guidance just to double check.
Yeah, can I get back to you?
We can come back. Yeah, that's fine.
Just let me have a wee look at it, and I promise to get back to you.
Absolutely. I don't have anything else to do. I can sing a song for the next 4.5 minutes while I wait, but instead I can wait if there's a...
So the idea is to split into 2 parts, and the second part is the budget process,
Correct.
right?
The intent is essentially splitting it right where it says and so we have to have a vote on what on how we fund and what the number is. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works.
Okay, then I'll just make that request without I don't think it needs an amendment.
Is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, well, it's okay with the, I see no concerns from committee, council members to splitting into 2 parts. Right, so
Great, that's all
that's
for me.
great. So you'll create part 1 and part 2, Madam Clerk, right? Okay,
Thank
all
you,
right.
Sophie, that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some clarification. So that 385 number, that is being contemplated as a minimum amount and is not talking about the final amount that EPS may receive on an ongoing basis. I just want to know if my understanding of that is correct.
Is that to the mover?
Well, I'll ask how administration interprets it.
That's how I interpret it. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Just trying to orientate myself. But so I will. Okay. Now again to administration. We're getting into some interesting areas here because there are still a lot of unanswered questions in regard to appropriate funding for EPS. And so I think that a lot of people may be a little bit worried that this motion might be jumping the gun on some of that information. But the way I'm looking at it, I see how if this passes today, we can still do that other work and still get those other answers to inform final council decisions. And the work I'm talking about is sort of, we talked about the helping ecosystem. We just got that report back from the city auditor. And then there's some other interesting work going on about how we measure social determinants and get those metrics and potential outcomes. So in that frame, I mean, is that, you see that too? Like we still have some nimbleness here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not a budget approval decision today. It's really about funding formulas and where people want to start. But as we've seen in the community, there's been different reactions to the motion, and I think people sort of interpret and see what is compelling to them, and so yes.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's probably pretty important that we let everyone know, be very, very transparent that this 385 is just a base number, so that no one is surprised no matter where they stand on their personal opinion. Okay, so, okay, Mr. Mayor, the way I see it is that there's still probably two major components that have to come forward to us before we settle on something that is actually workable, and that we can get one soon, and I'll make a subsequent to that effect. But there's another component that is very interesting to me, and that is new technologies that will allow us to develop metrics and measurements and tie it to outcomes so that we can actually track progress and we can track how money actually is implemented in the community and what impact it's having. So I don't have a subsequent for that part yet, but that will probably be a motion that's forthcoming. So just FYI, I'll have a subsequent after this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me when did the city fund the police with a funding formula? When did that start?
Ms. Padbury, do you want to confirm that?
It started not in the last cycle, but the cycle before that. So 2015 to 2018, I believe, was determined. I think we started in 2016. Sorry, I'm rambling while I look for the actual answer.
Okay, that's okay. That gives me an idea.
2016 to 2018.
Okay, thank you. And the purpose of that is, as you said, for certainty and clarity. Is that correct, Mr. Corbel?
That's how I see it, Councillor. Primarily, it's very clear for that 4-year period. Yes.
Which is what
and
residents have been asking for.
And I would say that the other aspect of it is, and what we experienced, wasn't here, but what I'm told that the experience was before that is there were funding packages that would come forward to address specific things in the absence of that piece.
Okay, all right, yeah, and, yeah, just when you said those words, certainty and clarity, that really struck a chord with me, because I know that that is what residents are looking for. And this motion on the floor does not give that to the citizens, to the residents of Edmonton. But I'll speak to it later, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, that was the question I wanted to focus on. Well, is just around the certainty and clarity. So, again, if we're looking at the existing civic department processes, that would still be a 4-year budget. Is that correct? So there would be, again, EPS can come forward with a package that's covering, it's a 4-year horizon in terms of a 4-year ask. Is that correct?
From a budget, so in option one, Councillor, or?
Yes, in
Yeah.
terms of what's on the floor right now.
Yeah, that there's certainly a 4-year ask, but then there's like, I'd say a different example for, a good example of the difference between would be for the funding formula. It was very clear that EPS would cover whatever happens from a collective bargaining agreement as part of that. Whereas in this option, I don't know if that would necessarily be the case. What the experience is, as I understand it, is that there are more financial decisions to make in option one throughout the course of the 4 years compared to just a funding formula. That's the experience we had. It's one of the reasons I understand that we went towards a funding formula. And Ms. Padbury, is that clear? Is that correct?
Yeah, so it provided the ability for long-term planning, and it took some of the clouding, not cloudiness, but in terms of debating the budget, it took some of the service package deliberations off the table and just gave a formula in which police had to manage, including collective bargaining agreements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I think I'm still. So effectively, what I'm hearing is that the funding formula provided an envelope, but cannot the process that's being proposed right now also provide an envelope for 4 years, over 4 years, and then I'm just struggling with why that's not.
I guess without the formula, you can provide an envelope, but the formula combined with the policy statements made it very clear what was contemplated and what needed to be absorbed within the formula and what wasn't. And collective bargaining agreements is the best example of that.
Right. Okay, so is there some clarification that's needed around that then? So if this were to pass, for example, would administration recommend having some clarity around sort of what's in and out, or what we would be looking for in that 4-year budget submission?
Well, in absence of a formula, what police will bring you is a budget with a certain dollar value in it. And should that dollar value increase, they'll bring you service packages that you'll debate individually to determine what the overall funding package would be. That's how you'll determine it in option one.
Right, but again, that could be a 4-year service package, right? If there's a strategic need over the 4 years, that could be identified?
Well, yeah, it would be multiple service packages. So when you get a service package, the service package is going to have what the service increase is, or what the item is, and the 4-year impact. And so if you come in year one and you need all of your ongoing money in the first year, then it's a service package that goes in. And what service packages are for ongoing money. So really, year one versus year 4 will depend on how you intend to implement the service over what period of time.
And sorry, just a clarification for me with the funding formula, something I haven't been clear on. I know it is benchmarked against inflation. Is that an actual inflation rate that's calculated each year, or is it sort of set for the 4-year?
So at the time we set the budget, we forecast inflation on something called the Police Price Index, which is calculated by our corporate economist. When the intention was between cycles that would be adjusted to actual and trued up before you reforecast the next cycle.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And maybe just turning to our EPS colleagues as well, I know that there was some some confusion around the intent of that 385. So I just wanted to hear from your perspectives and from the commission as well, just if there is clarity around that being a starting point and that the expectation is that more can come back. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, I think what happens though is that the packages that we got to put in from there, right? Like, because the funding formula gave us what we were able to work with, and I think that's what you're saying here. But what happens though from there is any growth, anything that's going to be ongoing, we're going to have to put funding packages in. So and then it takes time, right? Like by the time council hears it and it's either supported or not supported, so we're just unable to plan. But you got.
I'd actually like to toss it to Commissioner Singh, and then I can move from there.
Yeah, and I guess just more from a strategic point of view, I think, there's just two different funding models. So, if an organization has unstable funding, it conducts itself in a particular manner. So, it'll make fewer capital investment commitments, it'll encourage itself to have greater liquidity, might not enter into collective agreements that are quite aggressive, simply to accommodate that variability in its funding. Whereas as if an organization has very stable funding, it might be able to undertake those commitments. And the trouble with, and I know there's a lot of rhetoric around whether it's a cut or just simply a lack of increase, when there's an absence of an increase that's expected, and the organization has already reached the conclusion that funding is going to be stable and consistent and has made commitments, is you see very sharp cuts in whatever variable programs are available. And so, like I said, just two different, very, very different kind of funding philosophies, but to move from one to the other abruptly also creates issues.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you so much. I guess I'm gonna stay with the commission since we're chatting with the commission right now, because at this point there is no formula that is planned. So the formula could be, for example, a negative increase. Like if we really want to talk about what the funding formula could be, right? So like when we say that there's that predictability, that's all up for debate for the next 4 years, for 2023 to 2026. And one of the things that I've highlighted is that the funding formula actually created more harm because when it stopped abruptly, or there was reductions in 2020, 2021, and 2022, I think it's actually caused more harm. I wanted your perspective as a commissioner.
I mean, certainly, Councillor Rutherford, it could cause harm if council intends to erratically discontinue the formula from time to time. If that funding formula stays in place, as I think it was intended to do, on an ongoing basis, then I think that renders the police's funding relatively stable. But, to echo something, Councillor Principe alluded to earlier, it's completely accurate that, nothing about the decision on the formula precludes the reassessment of this year's funding later on. But certainly the organization will start to make decisions immediately based on what it anticipates to receive. So, if it's uncertain, as you allude to, right, what the funding is going to be next year.
But what I'm grappling with is that when the funding formula was put in place in 2016, the budget was on a year-to-year debate, not a 4-year budget debate. And then the funding formula was brought in as well when the 4-year budgeting for our civic departments was also incorporated. So what I'm struggling with is if we say you have X amount of dollars from 2023 to 2026, it's a guarantee. We as a council will commit to, as long as we're on council, holding that line. Whether it's a formula or whether it's a service package, I'm not understanding where you wouldn't have that commitment because we've already broken trust with the formula. Have we not? That's what I'm struggling with.
My response to that would be that, the formula is intended to be predicated on objective metrics of police costs, of service levels, of pricing factors, of an efficiency factor that the city established. If you had a service package year by year that this council was willing to commit to and hold the line on, that I replicated that formula, then of course there'd be indistinguishable outcomes. But the reality is, I'm not sure if that's what council is intending to do. So, if council makes that same decision, then of course you'd have an identical outcome.
But I think what I'm getting at is it's not so much the methodology, but the relational trust. That's the sentiment I'm getting. And I don't know whether a methodology will actually improve that trust.
No, with respect, I don't think that the intention of the formula is to exhibit any distrust toward council. I mean, council could, in theory, discontinue or modify the formula within that 4-year cycle as well. That would be within its jurisdiction. I think the idea would just be, whether we call it a formula or we call it a 4-year package or whatever terminology we want to use, should it be predicated on these objective factors that render it apolitical, and render it stable for the service, or should it be some other method that we use to comprise the budget? And the stance the commission would take is that from a governance standpoint, the factors and the principles that have been used to generate this formula are very reasonable.
Yeah, but I think that for my, like, even if this second part fails and I go to to City Manager Corbould on this one, I think that if we say yes, we want a funding formula, this second part of the motion fails, we decide yes, we'll do a formula. Based on our operational outlook, I imagine it's not going to be inflation plus growth. Because we have said straight out that we do not have budget for growth in our operating. So just so we're clear that it would not be the same formula, right? Is that my understanding, if you do go away and make a methodology for that?
Well, I don't think we've made that decision yet, and it depends on so many other
But in the
funding
context
decisions.
of our operational outlook report, we've said straight in that report that we have no money for growth. So would that not still adhere to any operations?
So I don't think the report says we have no money for growth. What the report actually says is, based on the forecast of the decisions that you've made to date, here's what your tax levy increases look like. It's simply providing the forecast on which will inform the decisions that you choose to make going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that because it says not including, just maintaining services, not including EPS. It talks about what that increase is going to be already.
Right, because we're
Without
forecasting.
growth, with maintenance.
We're forecasting a scenario, right? We're not forecasting what we think your decisions will be.
But
And
we
then-
have to make our decisions in the context of that, is what I'm
You have-
trying to
yes, you
understand.
have-
That's what I'm trying, as a decision maker here, on this one, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Sorry, time.
Can I just clarify one thing? The 2016 to 2018 budget was in fact the first multi-year budget that the city
Okay,
undertook.
got it, okay. Councillor Cardinal.
I think Councillor Wright disappeared from the list.
Yeah, I thought she was there, and what happened?
Yeah.
Well, she can come back.
Okay. So first of all, those were the points I wanted to clarify. So again, Ms. Padbury, we had a 3-year budget cycle, 2016 to 2018, and they flipped to 4-year cycles when we flipped to 4-year election cycles.
That's correct.
And I guess my question regarding the formula, not necessarily to repeat it, but perhaps to give you an opportunity to answer with a little less speed, Mr. Corbould or Ms. Padbury. The recommendation in the report was for a funding formula, not necessarily this funding formula. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That's correct, and it was a recommendation that we work with police to develop a funding formula.
And we talk about growth, and I think that perhaps that word is used to mean different things in different contexts. So when we differentiate between capital projects, we talk about building something new or fixing something we have, and the terms we use are growth or renewal.
That's correct.
In
the context of capital.
In the context of capital. In the context of the cost of the workforce, particularly a unionized workforce, those costs are going to go up. Presumably, if not now, then later, those costs are going to grow.
Correct, over time.
Over time, they're
Yeah.
going to grow. The police budget is 81% salaries. Do you have that metric, or maybe I should actually go to the service for that metric?
Yeah, I believe it's 81 or 82%, but yes, that's.
So 81% of the budget, that number, whatever it nets out to, is going up sooner or later. And we don't know the answer to that today. Negotiations are open today. So I guess to the mover, on the first part of the motion then, the 385 has been described as a minimum. I still don't understand how we would move off that minimum. And from as Mr. Singh has said, when you plan for what you can spend on things, and you've got this fixed fixed but increasing amount of money you pay for people. If your budget is flat, you've got a diminishing amount of money to pay for everything else. This implies that that minimum goes down from 407 to 385. How does it go up? So does it never go up? And if this motion is passed today, understand that our service walks out planning for that minimum. And when you look at, and I'll use the phrase that Mr. Singh used, when the phrase that he used was an absence of increases that were expected. Because there's been a lot of talk about whether budgets went up or went down, but the absence of increases that were expected. And in that context, the police budget has gone down by $22 million over 2 fiscal years. And the impact of this minimum takes it down a further, doing math quick, 407 minus 385, $22 million.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question, and I think the 385 was, because this was happening in advance of our conversation around the TASER funding, which had that 22.3 million. So I think if it provides assurance, if it provides greater clarity, like making that 407 is I think a reasonable way forward, if that's an amendment you want to move.
So I may come back on that. We've since had the TASER question or conversation, and my understanding is that, I don't know if that comes to us later today, perhaps that comes to us later today, but the discussion at committee was that the TASER reserve would be essentially augmented and topped up with taxpayer dollars, by taxpayer levy.
Yeah, so I think that is absolutely the case. So it would be transition. I think the motion was to come up with a transition plan, recognizing that the other revenue in that fund is dwindling. So how do we kind of, as that's dwindling, do we ramp up the tax levy to cover it?
Which do we do first? And is it to those traffic calming measures, or is it to the police? Which is the first thing we spend money on out of that reserve?
Yeah, and we had that question at committee, and I think Ms. Padbury, you provided.
So what I'm trying to illustrate is that at the end of this conversation, the service is going to walk out with an expected level of increase or otherwise. And none of this is making it clear. We don't know what method, we don't know where the money's coming from, arbitrary minimums that are $40 million less than they were 3 years ago.
Yeah, so again, I think that if the intent is to, oh, sorry, your time, but again, I think a motion to amend, as you've suggested, is a very reasonable approach.
Okay. Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So council suspended the funding formula in 2020. At that time, so since that time, if labor goes up 1% or labor goes up 5%, who owns the risk on that?
Since the suspension of the formula, I would argue that the city does.
All right, and what about inflationary changes?
I think inflation gets treated like it gets treated for everyone. When we come with proposed budgets, we assume some amount for inflation, and that gets incorporated into the budgetary process.
All right, what about since 2020 changes in service demands and scope for the service? Who absorbs the risk for that? Is that the city or is that the service?
Well, they have to operate within the envelope that you gave them, so perhaps that's better directed to them.
Okay, so and there wasn't many people, there's no one here that was here 4 years ago, but I guess maybe Deputy Chief Durko, if 4 years ago the service came to council and with the funding formula intact and said we can't provide the policing that we need to this community, who would have been responsible for that? Would it have been the city after the funding formula, or would it have been the service?
So what probably would have happened is we would have had to go to commission with that issue. They would have been questioning us how we would find it or be able to fund it within our current budget. If we were unable to do that, they would bring that back to council. And that would be one of the funding packages that we'd be asking for.
But the premise of the funding formula, and maybe this is also a good question for commission members, was that in that 4-year discussion, you and the commission have to assemble a plan for adequate policing in the community. So if suddenly, absent of a change in the boundaries of Edmonton, which did happen prior to the last budget, you suddenly could not provide that service, that would lead to some pretty digging questions, I would imagine.
Yes, so if the funding formula is in place, if that's the question, then that would be on us to be able to find that within the budget. Without the funding formula, we'd have to come back to council.
In the form of service packages.
That's right.
All right. So, I'm conscious that, and to sort of parallel the point I was making with Ms. Padbury, under the funding formula, you had to absorb the risk of labor escalations, and you had to absorb the risk related to changes in service demands as long as there wasn't sort of an externality that impacted your budget.
That's correct. And if I might be able to just use an example of something, Stanley Cup playoffs. If all of a sudden there is, we make Game 7 and there's big parades and we have to police everything in White Avenue, we have to find that. Right now, all those extra costs, without the funding formula, we'd be coming back and saying, this is happening in the city and we don't have anything to be able to.
That's very helpful. With my last minute, Ms. Padbury, if we're looking at the 20-year cost escalation as it relates to policing, what were the years in which the city saw the biggest increases?
Can you just give me a minute?
Yeah, we can come back for that. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Just, sorry, Councilor Hamilton, just it works both ways. If we go over budget with the funding formula, we have to carry that, and the next year we would have to find efficiencies to be able to fund it. And the same thing goes if we're under budget, we're able to carry that for a couple of years as well, in anticipation that we're going to have extra costs in that. So it's something that we own and have to manage under the funding formula.
So you own the risk?
We own the risk, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just, again, looking at the certainty and stability. I think in both option 1 and option 2, the service has the ability to come back and request additional service packages, right?
I would say, Councillor, that in option 2, which is funding formula, right? Yes. They cannot come back for labor changes like collective bargaining agreements. So that'd be something, an example of something that would not be entertained using the funding formula. And really, they shouldn't be coming back for Pope visits or any of the other FIFA changes, those kinds of things. They would have to absorb those from within. But in option 1, all those things would likely result in funding packages, which is what the city saw before the funding formula was put in place.
Okay, so for the time that the funding formula was in place, so from, I guess, 2016 to 2020, were there any requests made for service packages?
Sorry,
outside of the funding formula?
For the 2019 to 2022?
Well, the funding formula came into place in 2016, correct?
Yeah, so off the top of my head, I don't recall there being significant funding packages coming forward in that period, but I'll double check.
And the executive director of finance says no, there wasn't.
Okay, and then, so again, looking at stability, that efficiency factor, and I'm thinking ahead, I guess, to next year, if we went the funding formula, how do we as a council determine what that efficiency factor is? Because that can reduce what your budget's gonna be, right?
So, assuming that that's to administration, I think we've never defined how you determined what the efficiency factor is. It was left to your discretion, but council would have been able to apply an efficiency factor consistent with what you were expecting from other departments as part of the process, if you so chose. And so I think our recommendation, if we were to develop another formula, our recommendation would be that the efficiency factor be somehow linked to the wider budgetary process.
But isn't that efficiency factor the efficiency of the police service?
It's your expectation of the police service to produce efficiencies.
So what data, what information would we have to base that on? Or is it just our own thought? Like, what concerns me is then that becomes political. And maybe this is to the commission.
Yeah,
Is there any data that you can provide us?
So, I mean, essentially conceptually what the funding formula establishes is a ceiling of funding. And so in the calculation of that ceiling, the efficiency factor comes into play. And so the previous efficiency factor was 2%. So every year the amount of funding would increase by a certain amount in reflection of the police price index, but then be reduced by 2%, so 98% of that. Within the budgeting process, we operate from the ground up, and that's where we work with EPS to implement or to develop a budget that reflects their business plan and strategic plan. And ultimately, that efficiency factor constrains the amount of money that can be spent. Absence the efficiency factor would simply be a straight up positive line based on the police price index, but that requires the EPS, notwithstanding the fact that costs are going to go up on an inflationary basis year over year, to also look inward and find, well, for lack of a better term, efficiencies, to find savings opportunities, and just encourage positive internal corporate growth governance.
So while the funding formula was in place from 2016 to 2020 or to 2019, was that efficiency factor always the 2%? Or did it fluctuate?
Maybe I'll turn that to the surface. Is it 1%? Sorry.
So for those years, it was always 1%. So there was no fluctuation.
Yeah, so it fluctuated through the years in a manner, and I'll defer to the service, consistent with the expectation of other city departments. Is that right? That's correct. Okay.
Okay. I'm just wondering how much of a fluctuation it was.
Sure. I mean, I can maybe throw it back to the service if they have that in front of them.
And I think my time is up, so maybe I'll come back around when you can get that information.
Sure,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yeah, just to confirm, I just been told it was 1% for all 4 years.
Thank you.
1%. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. For the sake of that 1%, what is the total operating budget of the Edmonton Police Service? 585?
Sorry, the total.
What's the total budget?
Operating or total budget?
Total operating.
Councillor, are you asking about expenditure budget or net operating requirements?
Sorry, I'll just get, this is our finance director now.
The total spend of the Edmonton Police Service is $476 million a year. That includes revenue lines as well.
Okay. And that's just the operating spend. That's total spend.
That's total spend.
Right. So capital would be additional to that.
Correct. No. Yeah, capital is additional to that. That's our operating spend.
Do you know offhand what the capital is?
No.
Okay. Maybe we can come back to that. In the time we had the funding formula since 2016, did we ever run surpluses?
Yes. Yes, we did.
So frequently?
The last two. 2018, 19, and 20.
Okay, so there was 3 years of surpluses while we had the funding formula.
Yes.
Okay, And about overtime, did we have a lot of overtime?
Can I ask for clarification, Counselor? What do you mean by a lot?
I don't know, what did we have in the way of overtime? Because I imagine if you had a funding formula and 81% of your costs are staffing, you would have pretty accurate staffing levels, no?
What I can say is that we're continuously looking at efficiencies to reduce our overtime. I wouldn't say that it was a lot
Okay.
compared to other years.
I think I read we had 47 officers worth of overtime. And I think that's part of what I'm hearing from my colleagues here is we want the predictability on one hand, which I understand, but then on the other hand, like, I'm trying to see how those.
Yeah, so overtime would be like minimum staffing requirements. It's in our collective bargaining agreement. So if staffing falls below a certain level, we'll have to put a request out for overtime.
But the idea of a multi-year funding formula is you could have enough officers hired and ready to go, so you wouldn't incur as much overtime, right?
Well, I think the overtime, if it's done properly, it would be less money than trying to staff it up to a level that would be able to handle that. You got to remember too that when an officer is involved in a criminal investigation, let's say an impaired driver, you just don't hand that over to another officer. They have to follow that through. So there may be overtime incurred there, right? And that's just one example. Another one, minimum staffing lately has been difficult just because of some of the pressures we've been under and medical leaves and different things like that. So
Right.
Those are kind of unpredictable.
And overtime is paid double, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm also wondering about, so to Ms. Padbury then, did I read correctly on the operating investment outlook that on page 20 that we have a fixed amount from the province that is no longer going to be indexed to population growth. So as Edmonton continues to grow, we're not going to be seeing additional funding for policing, that it's going to be effectively frozen at that, is it 26.5 million? Is that correct?
Yes, and we've made, the only thing I would clarify is we've made the assumption that that will now be fixed going forward. We only had a one-year agreement with the provincial government.
Okay, so we don't know the delta yet of what that could be, if it's, a cut of X million a year or whatever yet.
Correct.
Okay. So of the 476 million, that 1% in efficiencies then per year, that's the 1% of that 476 million. Am I?
1% of the growth? 1% of the growth in the funding formula.
Okay. I guess then, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm ready to speak to this. I guess the only other part that I don't understand is just the absorbing efficiencies from within. If there's something like the truckers or FIFA or a Pope visit on a formula, how it's fair to expect an organization to absorb efficiencies in a formula situation versus a package situation, that's unclear to me. Like, cause it seems like, that part didn't make sense, so if we could get some clarity there.
Perhaps I can offer a bit of clarity. Council, you asked about surpluses previously. Do you want us to clarify how much the surplus amount was? Because I think it'll help inform the answer.
Yeah, please, if you have it.
Yeah, I think that for the first year of the funding formula, we were about $1 million surplus. And I think the second year we were $1 million as well. And if you sort of conceptualize a funding formula like an aggregate funding package, right? It's 4 years. And so where we're able to not experience remarkable events that would otherwise impact the final spend of the Edmonton Police Service, we were, and Ms. Padbury alluded to this in the last meeting, is hand in hand with the funding formula was that operating reserve policy, right? So the Edmonton Police Service is responsible for managing under and overspends over the course of the 4 years and providing the commission and then onward sort of, I think, the council with a plan on how we're going to get back into the black if we're in the red. So our budgeting exercise is one where we make best efforts to ensure that we have the ability to respond when remarkable events like visits from the Pope happen, which we know are going to drive a higher spend of that time. So that flexibility and accountability piece that goes back to the commission is what allows the police to respond in that sort of more nimble way under the formula environment.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I just have a question about the types of service packages that we would expect to see if we were moving away from a formula. I think there's a sense that aligning our funding process with existing civic departments is going to kind of box EPS in and reduce a bit of that nimbleness. So I'm looking for clarity that EPS still would have the ability to bring forward rather broad service packages that are still flexible enough to respond to emerging needs when operationalized.
Maybe if I can just speak conceptually again, yeah, I completely agree with you, Councillor. It would be completely within the ability of the EPS to bring forward those service packages, or the commission in collaboration with the EPS, but it simply encourages a different type of decision-making process. If an organization of any kind, if a household for that matter, is able to expect predictable and stable funding, it's able to make certain capital investments, it's able to, in this situation, engage a certain number of officers knowing that collective agreement is going to require certain increases over 4 years. If the funding is erratic, by contrast, the service levels will just go down because there's going to be more liquidity required. I think it's about the ability of DPS to strategize in the long term and make those long-term investments. And the final thing I would add is, I think an undertone to all this whole discussion is, why EPS? Why are they different? And I think it really does come down to the fact that the Police Act creates this statutory responsibility to fund a sufficient police force, and so policing is different in that way. And while erratic service levels in any department are problematic, particularly the community is affected by erratic policing. And we've kind of heard that over the course of the past few weeks.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, and just a note, my time is not moving, so I don't know where I'm at to the clerk. But
Aileen, you need to start the time.
just to, I guess, follow up on that, would it not be reasonable to see service packages that are aligned with sort of rather broad strategic priorities then, as opposed to like super specific individual asks? And wouldn't that still provide a degree of certainty?
For what it's worth for the service, absolutely, and to a certain extent, this 4-year cycle is really how we would treat that, right? If we went into a service package environment, what you would first see in the later part of this year is essentially a strategic outlook of the next 4 years. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I think the last time that there was a funding package ask in the city was for the legalization of cannabis, which came with it the need to do some drug recognition expert training, purchase some equipment that was required for that, and do some enhanced roadway safety pieces. And if we sort of use that as a case example, before the police service can make investments and get ahead of this prevailing change in legislation, the ask needs to come to City Council to make sure that we have sufficient funds in place for it. Whereas under a funding formula environment, we sort of are told, here's your money, right? And you need to address it. Now, I know that the funding formula made allowances for remarkable changes in legislation that would require sort of a real meaningful shift. But the funding formula would allow us to say, okay, we know that we've been handed this envelope. It's a 4-year aggregate. We can run over or under in the years between 1 and 4, but we have to come in at 0 or as close to 0 as possible at the end. And that's the sort of benefit of it.
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate the answers on that. I want to jump to just something that's in the current funding formula that I have a few lingering questions about. So within the current formula, it mandates that EPS be part of all corporate reduction exercises and adhere to overarching corporate budget targets and goals. So I'm just trying to understand what that looks like in action. Like, is there an example that could be provided of how, I don't know, when during previous budgets, if we were targeting like a zero tax increase, for example, how was EPS in alignment with that? I'm trying to understand how that mandate is actualized.
I'll try to answer your question, and then I might turn to the finance director. But I know every year we would go through a efficiency exercise where the whole service would look at their area on if we were to get a 1%, 3%, or let's say 5% reduction. And where would we be able to find those efficiencies? And I know that, I think that's in preparation of if the commission comes to us and says, you know, something's happened within the city and we have to find these, we already have a plan in place.
And if I can even add to that, that's been our practice. So the commission has driven down, let's look at what these respective scenarios could be at 0, -5, -10, just looking at what the economic outlook looks like and ensuring that the service over the next 3 years, still while within that formula, does have a plan as to how it would address that. So these are things that, just like the rest of the city, we are very alive to, and it's been driven by our commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had thought that all my questions were answered during committee, but I have just a few lingering thought. And I have to say, today was, I don't know, for some reason I thought this was actually the most clarifying we've had on this topic to date. So I really want to appreciate your succinctness and just lots of concrete examples. I guess just following that thread around, being the piece in the policy about the EPS being part of the corporate reduction exercise. I just want to confirm we haven't actually triggered that ever, right? Given that there was a freeze in the past couple of years.
So if I go back to the past couple of years, I don't think it's probably fair to characterize that council mandated we come in at a 0. What happened was we were asked to bring back potential reductions that you could choose to get to a 0.
Okay.
And so it's a nuance, but that's why you didn't see it play out that way.
Okay, gotcha. And then in order to activate that clause, it's kind of like what Deputy Chief was talking about. You have all these scenarios, and then you come present it back to commission, who then bring it here.
That's correct. And if I can, and I appreciate these questions because even just through COVID, with the efficiency factor there, the formula in place, we had to manage that internally, and we held off on a recruit class, we held off on vacancies at all levels, civilian and sworn, and we had to manage all those extra costs and unknowns within our budget. So, I mean, it's like when we talk about the risk, that it came back on us, and I know there was a lot of talk about what did EPS do? Well, we managed it within.
Mm-hmm. And you manage that through that efficiency factor.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask a little bit about reporting. So I understood that in the past, prior to 2016, every time you brought forward a service package, it also came with this narrative about, okay, this service package is going to be for objectives A, B, and C, and this is how we are planning to measure it in the same way that other departments would provide that case. And then there's a way to track that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I'll turn it to the commission because we work with them quite often on the strategy, and they're the ones that would kind of support or challenge us on what the asks are.
Yeah, so if I understand your question correctly, Councillor, it relates to what is driving the underlying budgetary process from the commission standpoint, is that right? Or
I think I'm just interested in that conversation about performance tracking, reporting, and outcomes measurement.
and measurement, yeah.
I can answer that for you if you want, Commissioner.
Oh, sure, go for it.
Yeah. So we are legislatively required to report annually and have an annual policing plan. So we actually do have our strategic plan that lays out our goals that we're trying to achieve as well as our outcomes. And those outcomes there's probably 15 at least measures associated to those outcomes. And they are in line around our crime and victimization, how we're using our police resources and our activities, as well as public trust. And then on top of that, we also have measures at our bureau level and then into our branch level. And there's a bit of a difference between reporting, so we do report annually to our commission, but then there's also how we make decisions with that information. So we look at what would have the biggest impact on what we're trying to achieve, and then recommend to the commission on what we should assign our resources for to do that. And we have those conversations and we bring that forward to them twice a year, and that aligns to our business plan.
Okay, so I just want to understand the process. Prior to 2016, then the commission would bring kind of that case forward
Yeah.
along with the service package ask, and after 2016 with the formula, you will also bring kind of forward that the case that you're trying to make for the formula for that year, and the final whatever the number would be. Is that right?
Well, and I can look at Rob as well, but prior to 2016, I mean, even after that and over the last few years, we've really strengthened and matured on our planning framework. So even the development of outcomes and measures have matured quite a bit. So prior to that, yes, we would have our budget, and if we did need any more resource asks, we would bring forward a service package.
And then, just so I understand too, with the formula, did the commission also bring forward an annual, annual report every year too?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, that's kind of the piece that's been most interesting to me out of this whole report. I think I was just a little bit confused about some of from what I can see, pushback in one of the reports just around the EPS and the commission position on not, on that particular recommendation 14 and not, tying funding to performance, even though you've been reporting on that pretty consistently over the years. Anyways, just any final thoughts on that? And that'll be my final question.
Well, I think even when we talk about that and when it's not even clear on what that means, because policing is very complex and there's a lot of things that we're doing that are outside of our control. Like, we are part of a larger ecosystem of community safety and well-being. So we look at performance measures in how we allocate and suggest to our commission our resources to how we're going to achieve our goals, but tying our funding to that, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that would look like.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
If I could just add, if we have time, I'm not sure, but we always talk about the prevention of crime. Like, right now we have a lot of members that are situated in the downtown area. We don't know what we're preventing. Do you understand? So by us being in there, it's very difficult to measure on what's not happening by our presence and by our policing in certain neighborhoods. So performance-wise, we've got to be careful, because I think that's where you get into, how many people did you charge, how many tickets did you issue, because those are all measurables, but that's not necessarily what the community is asking for or needs right now. So I think we just need to be careful on those measurables.
Got it. Thank you so much. Councillor Paquette, have you had a first round?
I have. Mr. Mayor, were you hoping to speak?
No, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, to the commission around the amount in the first part of the motion, $385 million compared to your base budget, including the photo radar revenue, $407 million. Has that caused confusion that you see it as a reduction, possible reduction? Just because that caused a lot of confusion out in the public, that this motion proposes a reduction of $22 million.
So the service will be more familiar with the actual figures, but my understanding is that because it did not reflect the proposed increase under the formula, that there are operational and planning decisions that will be affected by the acceptance of this motion.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can add, I would answer that, yes, it does, because we need to know what we have to work with, right? Like, if we're going to work within our budget, and if we have to bring funding packages to council, that's an unknown. So we can't hire more officers not knowing what the budget is going to be. So, and that's our biggest expense. So if we're going to have growth as far as personnel, it's difficult for us to be able to predict that, because by the time we actually do the recruit training and get them out on the street, we need to know if we're able to pay for them.
So $407 million would have given you more predictability, based like $407 million of city contribution, tax levy, and a photo radar. That you have other revenues that that we have no control over, right, as a council, right? But that
Yes.
407 would give you more certainty. in
More
moving-
certainty,
Okay,
yes,
got it.
yes, it would.
Okay, and I know that Councillor Cartmel might be considering something on that, right? So if not, we can think about that, because I think that is important, that you have, then there's a certainty for officers that they have their job, and it's certainty for you, right? So, okay. So that's good that you clarified that. On the formula, I hear your concern about predictability, but Edmonton is the only jurisdiction where a formula exists. So how do other jurisdictions, other police services budget, like how do they plan for that predictability based on a service package approach?
The big asks, like as far as growth and wanting the personnel, that would be strategically, we would bring that forward early on. I think it's the unknowns where the city now, and even from your lens, Mr. Mayor, like when a big event happens, that now you would be thinking, okay, the police are going to be coming with the funding package. What is that going to look like? Where currently we would have to manage that within. And it's, I think it just gives us the ability to be able to, and like even if we have a bit of an underspend one year, and we know that we have $1 million there that we can be able to use, let's say for the Stanley Cup playoffs or an event like the Pope's visit, that's where we would turn to instead of having to come to you. And the unpredictability is we don't know if you're going to support it or if the ask is going to be like when is it actually going to get approved, so we'd be under budget for quite a while as well.
Okay. And if I could add to that, quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, it allows us to run a more efficient business, focusing on the core business that we are doing in terms of policing, as opposed to coming forward with.
Oh, I absolutely get it. Like if we as a city council were only looking at police budget and giving certainty, absolutely, formula makes sense. But we have to have 73 other businesses, lines of businesses that we also need to worry about their sustainability, right? And how we provide those services. That's where I'm struggling with formula, right? It's not that you don't need predictability. I get that, right? So my struggle is if you have $100 of additional revenue, how do we allocate that $100 that every other business service in the city is also properly supported, right? Not just the police service. So that's my struggle with the formula, right? So, yeah. Okay, good. I will move the second round.
Second?
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, no debate, please vote.
We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Mayor, would you like me to return the chair?
Sure. Thank you.
All right, I've done so.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So we'll wait for the list to reappear. I don't know who was first up on the list.
I believe I was next.
So you were first, Councillor Paquette? Go ahead. Here we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Corbold, maybe you can help me out here. I think that we've got a big conversation that's got a lot of things that are sort of being conflated or not really clearly separated out. You know, and let me tell you what I mean. We've got an evolving conversation, obviously, about what community safety and well-being represents, and police and helping organizations and city efforts, provincial funding on mental health and addictions, and federal funding on their various responsibilities. It all plays a role, and yet we don't seem to be having that more informed conversation when it comes to what we're doing here. So I know this is a long preamble, but even in the idea that people are saying, okay, so you take money from police and you put it into areas that are going to help on the social determinants of crime. And this is something that council actually went ahead with a couple of years ago, that effort in response to community demand. But there's the short term, the medium term, and the long term impacts that those can have. So yeah, there's some things we can do in the short term that help things a lot, but these route determinants, they take not just us, but other partners, and they also take time. And in the meantime, if we're saying we can solve those medium or long term results from taking from the police budget, I just don't understand how that works when you also, at the same time, still have your same levels of disorder or crime.
Yeah, I definitely think that's part of what we're seeing in, the environment in today, like the resources that could have been used from the police, for example, right now, we're investing into other areas. I think those are wise investments, but the sort of time it takes from that investment to be done to when we see the results of it will be a lag. So there's a gap, I would say, between those two, for sure.
So what I'm saying is like there's a logic to continuing to fund police to the degree that they require in order to deal with these things, while we also work on these other things, which probably need far more robust funding than you would ever get from a police budget.
Yeah, I would say that makes sense, and I think that's what we're seeing right now in downtown Chinatown and on the transit system. We have criminal activities that need to be addressed, and we have pressures on the police to address those issues. While we're waiting for the longer term systemic issues and root causes to be resolved. Yeah.
So, and then there's this perception that Edmonton Police Commission doesn't want or think that council should be asking questions regarding accountability when it comes to budgets and strategies and things like that. But council is really just asking for the sake of better decision making and public transparency. And without that information, it's really hard to make good decisions. And I think that's one of the challenges we have. And maybe EPC might want to address that, because that may not be true, but it is the perception.
Yeah, but I'll just start by saying there's two bodies that can ask those questions and are asking those questions. There's council and the commission. And so I think the question is where is the balance of that? I would argue that the Police Act would say that the balance of most of that should be with commission for the reasons it's explained in the act.
Right, and then council should be able to ask commission, give us that information.
Correct, and I believe that happens, and there's responses. So.
And I would say so too, but there seems to be this perception that is not the way it should work, or is the way it's working, and I hope that gets rectified. Okay, so and then my last part here is, do we have a jurisdictional scan of other municipalities, maybe over 500,000, when it comes to police funding from all orders, like from the municipal funding, provincial funding, from fines and things like that? I know it's not apples to apples. We hear this all the time, but do we have that scan done?
I think we have elements of it done. I probably not the completely comprehensive that you suggested, but I think what's might be helpful is two of the big differences we find is with vehicle fleets and with things like 911, where sometimes in our case those are conducted through EPS and funded and operationalized through EPS, but there are other similar sized cities where the full cost of fleet would be absorbed by the corporation. So when you do that comparison, there's quite a difference in terms of the amount of funding those two police forces get.
For sure. And last, really quickly, tools and technology to measure determinants and outcomes. I know that procurement is doing something along those lines right now. I'm not sure if we'll get a report on that, but could that be expanded to our helping organizations around the city? I mentioned the auditor's report and how maybe that can tie in, but also around maybe EPS could also use those tools in order to better report to EPC. Are we looking at that?
Short answer is yes, I believe so, but I would want to make sure it's not duplicative of what's already done. But yes.
Yeah, no, for sure, exactly. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move that the number in Part 1 be amended to read $407 million to match the.
Then I'll second that.
Second.
Second.
And I'll just very
Sorry,
brief.
can I just clarify who seconded that?
I
heard
second.
two
I
people.
seconded it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll just quickly introduce it. I think we've heard from the commission and from the service that this 385 and 407 and money from photo radar, but there isn't photo radar, and we have another. It's 407 this year. Let's make it 407 next year as a baseline. We can talk about how we modify from that baseline, whether it's packages or a formula when we debate Part 2 of this motion. But I think we should establish that the baseline is going to be 407, and so that at least for the 2023 year, the expected amount will not change from what it is this year. And we can make other signals depending on what mechanisms we use for further budget modifications. We can, for instance, tie a formula to, what might come out of negotiations on wages. When a new agreement is reached, we can tie it to other inflationary factors and try to evaluate how those factors actually impact the operations of the police department. But if we establish that 407 as a value, that allows this service to go and start doing their plans for next year with all of the things that we have layered on to this service that they need to attend in the very short term and over the next few years. We saw this room filled with people that have an expectation of a change, and a change immediately. We're going to have to talk about that. We've made some measures about that. I think we're going to have to do a little bit more to meet the expectations of our collective communities. But this allows the police service to go away and start thinking about the moderate and the longer term in terms of how they're going to refine their approach to policing. To meet our expectations in a number of ways, but refine their approach to policing in terms of working within the budgets that we're giving them, and what our expectations are around the costs of delivering that service. So I'll leave it there by way of introduction. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. There might be some other cleaning up need to be done in part of the motion to make it clear, right? Because there's a motion says 385 net operating starting in 2023 on ongoing, not including funding from for traffic safety. We just need to make sure it's cleaned up a bit more. Madam Clerk. Or does that cover, just changing the number gives 407 as a base funding? Just need a clarification, Councillor Cardinal.
Well, my view, Mayor Sohi, is that just changing the number suffices. Okay. If in further conversations as we move through the next several months talking about budgets, if we know that that's the number and that there is not a requirement to migrate dollars from TASER in whatever form TASER takes over the next couple weeks or couple months.
Got it. Good.
I think that all washes out eventually.
Good. Thank you. All right. So thank you, Councillor Cartmill. I'll go to Councillor Principe, but now we are talking about the amendment to the recommendation. So we will focus our questions to the amendment only, and we'll come back to the main motion if amendment passes.
I think this is kind of about the amendment,
yeah,
a little bit. Actually, it's probably more about the motion, okay, the whole motion. So okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, any questions on the amendment from Councillor Cartmel?
Yes, actually, my question was going to focus on that base budget amount out of policy 604, which does say the current budget plus the TASER dollars. So that does clarify it by increasing that amount. But then I would like to have the actual motion amended to take out the reference to not including the TASER amount.
If that's to me, yeah. I think it's friendly, but I'd just like to see the motion wording.
Okay.
I don't have the photographic memory of some of my colleagues.
So can you repeat that again, what you would like to take out, Councillor Wright?
I think the original motion had the reference to not including the traffic enforcement.
Okay, so the motion would read that Edmonton Police Service receive operating funding of $407 million on ongoing basis, starting in 2023 on ongoing basis. Then take out the not including funding traffic adjust reserve, that part, right? Is that what you
Okay,
intend?
the word ongoing now, that does increase it, then we would be automatically having to provide the extra 22 million.
Well, that's the intent. No, not part of 447. No, the 407 is ongoing.
Okay, and as long as the traffic safety money is taken out.
Okay, got it. Is that it?
And my other question did sort of relate to the traffic safety money according to policy 579, but maybe I'll wait on that one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
No, I was just for the other, but I will speak briefly to say I think this makes sense, provides some clarity, so I'm happy to support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jans?
I wanted to ask the mover questions.
Go
Is that
ahead.
okay? Yeah. How, I guess when we look at initiatives like REACH has 24/7 crisis diversion for only $2 million, and they answer 16,800 calls a year. Even if we did 11 times what they're currently spending at $2 million and brought it up to the 22 million, we could answer 185,000 calls for service. I mean, we could get to a 7-minute response time for crisis diversion. That would take an enormous benefit. That would have an enormous dividend in terms of freeing up police to get to real police work. So I guess I'm wondering why the mover would raise or set the amount at 407 rather than, like, why would we even have a number on the table at all? Wouldn't it be better to go back to kind of a what is the best bang for our buck in terms of every single dollar? Like, could the mover speak to that?
Sure. So first of all, I said what feels like many months ago, we don't need a number on the table. So to answer one of your questions, there has been firm insistence at this table to put a number on the table despite repeated requests to take the number off the table. So if you want to move an amendment to take the number off the table, I'd be happy to hear it. Secondly, sure, if we gave REACH 11 times the amount of money that REACH gets, we can have that conversation. I'm not sure that REACH has got 11 times the number of people to take those calls. I'm not sure they have 11 times the amount of capacity to provide those services. That would be a question for REACH. I don't see these things as binary. Absolutely, if we can put more dollars to REACH, if we can find the funding source to do that, and other organizations like that, if we can establish a co-dispatching model where we can match the resources to the matter at hand, if we can do that in a safe way where we can ensure the safety of those that are reacting, then sure, let's start standing up a number of Plan B, C, D, and E's, but let's do that before we take away the one 24/7, 365 public service agency that actually does react all the time to everything. So if you want to start propping up other stuff, let's talk about propping up other stuff. But we've been stuck in this room for a month talking about something that you're now suggesting we actually shouldn't put the number on the table for and stop talking about. Your call.
Thank you for that. I feel like I teed it up for you nicely. That was what I wanted to hear. And I guess then, my concern though is if we vote on this today, that we are fixing a number at the 407, and
Yes.
that removes that 23 million in flexibility there. So why not go forward with 385 and then talk about those efficiencies in that middle part? That's what I'm still, like, I see an ever diminishing purse.
So the conversation is sort of running on a, let's do 385 and then talk about packages. Or let's do 407 and say, that's it, ipso facto, away you go, figure it out. Those are my words, not anybody else's words. And there's the potential of the tyranny of the anecdote here. But if we look at police services around North America that have made changes to their budgets in a reactionary way to circumstances that they found themselves reacting to. How many of those cities have turned around and made reactions in the other direction? Not because they're talking about a formula, not because they're talking about a measured risk approach where you determine where the risk lies, like Councillor Hamilton's been talking about. Not in terms of what is a planned, deliberate, theoretical move to putting dollars and resources to a service and allowing them to deliver that service, but has been in a often emotional, reactionary, what's happening today, let's cut, let's increase, let's cut, let's increase. Which was essentially the process we had before we got to 2016 and said, you know what? If we say to the police service, stop with the emotional reactions, stop with the rhetoric, sorry, gentlemen, stop with the coming and inflating and leveraging to get a little bit more money because there's the opportunistic opportunity, then maybe we get away from month-long conversations like this one, and we simply say to the service, you've got your allocation, away you go. So a 407 is the number, which I would suggest is 22 million less than the expected budgets that were handed to the police service 4 years ago. And that buys us even 24 months or 18 months of thinking about how we move to a better place in all of this realm. I think it's worth doing to end the conversation today.
Thank you for that. I guess as a best practice, I probably shouldn't ask so many questions of the mover. That'll eat up my speaking time, but I appreciate the responses. I guess I'm out of time, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
No, I think I've cycled through the list.
Oh, sorry. Let me see. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and sorry, I just needed some clarification as to what we actually did a friendly amendment on with Councillor Wright, because I don't think that actually happened yet. So I'd like to make that clear one way or another. So I think her original suggestion, that I don't know if was ever actually accepted by the Assembly, and I'm looking at the clerks and they're shaking their head no, that it wasn't yet, was to potentially remove in that motion the wording not including funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. I think that was originally her intent, but it wasn't accepted yet.
Nope.
Okay, so I guess to help inform that, because the one thing I want to do before I accept that particular friendly amendment is check. In my mind, I thought it would actually make more sense to just remove the word not, because it'd be 407 including the funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve, and as per the motion in 613, we're going to slowly begin to transition that into the tax levy. So I think it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I like this entire point one of the motion, because all of the numbers are the same thing, but I just wanted to double check from administration's perspective if there's a wording that gives you the greatest level of clarity to make sure we're all saying the same thing, which I think we have been for a month.
I would agree that both are equally clear to me.
Okay.
Counselor. So whatever the will of council.
Then I think the original, Councillor Wright had originally said that, so I just want to make sure it's clear then if that is, well, I would feel better using the word, just striking not and leaving it to say including to be.
Councillor Knack, I'm with you.
Okay, so I'm going to say
Take
that.
one word.
Okay, so
My view would be, whether it's friendly or not, my amendment would be to remove the word not in point one of that motion to make it clear that it's 407 as moved by Councillor Cartmel, including funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve.
Got it.
So I don't know if it's friendly.
Friendly. Let me see the screen here.
Sorry, can we, time.
Can I actually think it would be clearer for us if you were to state that number at 407. And the issue I'm having is the other motion says we will put the difference in the reserve on the tax levy, but it is silent on what of that would go to police. So clarifying it by putting the number in the motion would be beneficial to me. So whether that number is 407 or you say that it's 385 plus 22.3.
Okay. then maybe to help me to, before I make a final piece on that, is because I think my understanding of the emotion in 613, which clearly is not the understanding of administration, was that that is what was going to happen. The 22.3 million over the course of 4 years would make it into the tax levy. If we say 407 in 1 year, then we are asking for that 22.3 million to be moved over in 1 year instead of 4. And I think the intent, and it's hard because I know the mover of the motion who made it on 613 was over a 4-year period. And so if we don't reference that, then you would be coming back with a 1-year $22 million increase beyond anything else that we're talking about versus a phased in, recognizing that changing amount.
Yeah, and if I may though, the problem with the phase-in is we're gonna bring you a phase-in later, but if police is trying to figure out what they need to establish their budget at, whether that number is phased in later or not is going to be difficult for them to bring you a budget if they don't know what the number is in the fall.
So I don't think there's any dispute about the 407. What I'm trying to figure out is how we bring in that 22 million into the tax levy, because if we bring in it all in 1 year.
We already passed that direction at 613.
But now I'm hearing that there's a misunderstanding of what was passed. What I thought I approved in 613 was a 4-year transition of the 22.3 million into the tax levy. That's what I believe I passed. I am hearing from administration that is not what they believe was passed. And so right now there is an issue about how quickly we do that and then how we fund that. So my view, so this is where the confusion is and why we actually do have to be a bit picky, because if we're not careful, then we're asking for, beyond any other tax increase conversation, then we will have a 1-year increase of 22.3 million into the tax levy to make up that difference, instead of how I believed the motion was passed, which is a 4-year. So, can I ask that to the mover?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I might suggest, Councillor Knack, in response to your question, that we simplify this motion to simply say 407 without any reference to any other funding envelopes or bundles. And then when we get to 613, sometime Friday, we can clean up the language there.
That 613 is approved.
It says refer to council.
We passed it this morning.
You passed something to bring back a strategy.
But we could reconsider it.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's just simplify this.
Okay, well, I'm out of time to now simplify it. Either someone else can, or I'll just come back around to, I think, hopefully clear it up with an amendment that makes that clean.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Can I just offer?
Yeah.
I think for the greatest clarity,
Yeah.
it would be best if what you told us is, where would you like police's budget to start? What is the starting point of police's budget? That leaves us the flexibility to determine how we'll transition money over time to deal with the shortfall and the reserve.
Yeah.
For us, the clarity for, I think, both administration and police would be, what number would you like their budget to start at? And then they can come back in the fall, and any variation from that would be in the form of a service package.
Okay. 407 will give that a number, clear number, which Councillor Cartmel suggested, gives that clarity. Right. Okay. Okay. All right, just hold on. Councillor, it was Councillor Hamilton? No, Councillor Hamilton.
Me again. Something that you said, Mr. O'Carey, reminded me of, I think, one of the biggest challenges, and we've seen it, I think, in living color in this room in the last few weeks, which is that policing, especially community policing, is a highly emotional conversation. And maybe this is to DC Durko as well, generally, and when I say generally, I mean 90 to 95% of the time, when there is a feeling of a lack of safety in the community, the answer to that is almost always, so we need more money. And as far as I'm aware, in Edmonton, that was the case for the longest time. Is that correct?
In funding packages, yes.
Yeah. So if we had a time machine and went back in time and had a funding formula, and we found ourselves again in this room over the last few weeks with people who were not satisfied with the level, the provision of public safety services in their community, but the funding formula question was not part of that discussion. It was, you had your money. Over the last 4 years, what would that conversation have looked like?
It'd be a conversation between the service and the commission and the community.
So in this room, council would have had the ability to say, we gave the service their money, and if they did not provide the level of community policing you expect, what did you get wrong? Correct?
Yes, that would be the process that we'd be going through with the commission and with the feedback from council, yes.
I would imagine that that would lead to a lot of introspection as it relates to the provision of public safety services in our community.
Absolutely.
All right. Anyway, I'm shifting now to the city manager. There was this all comes back to that auditor's report, and I think that Councillor Cartmel referenced that in some of his questioning. But how did we end up at the place where council had decided to proceed with the funding formula option?
Yeah, certainly the auditor of the day supported it, but as I was trying to think of how did I bring this recommendation, and I was trying to make the recommendation based really on administrative and financial practices. So one of the compelling things that I sort of relied on when we decide which recommendation to make in this report was the auditor's report of 2017. And, they were asked after the formula was put in place to determine if the current funding formula was effective. And so they looked into the funding formula. Was it clearly defined? Did it allow for long-term planning? And if the funding provided to the service allows it to meet the demands and placed on it. And what the auditor's report says is we found that the use of some type of funding formula allows the service to be more effective at supporting its objectives and better aligned to the Police Act. And once the application of the formula is clearly defined and documented, the formula will allow the service more flexibility to use its funding in the most effective manner. So when I was looking at recommendations to council in this report, that's generally what pushed me in that direction, is that previous city auditor's assessment. I think it was 2017, so that it had been in place for, not a long time, but a short time, yeah.
Thank you. And now I have to bring this back to the amendment, because I was reminded we're speaking to the amendment. So I think that's a really helpful reminder when we talk about focus, when we talk about efficiency, so I don't really have questions on the amount here, but to return back to the service, anytime we are talking amounts, are we getting away from that fundamental question of what a community needs in terms of the provision of core services? Or your core service in terms of the provision of public safety?
And I'll start, and I can toss it to Deputy Durko as well. I would agree with that. I think our focus right now is working through the commission and getting feedback from the community while setting that then forecasting what our budget is going to be. Picking a number, while we appreciate the stability, we're in a dynamic situation right now within our community, and getting that feedback and working with the service as to how we're going to be able to address that is a process that would be favorable for us.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford on the amendment.
Yeah, I'm going to make an amendment to the amendment just for crystal clarity, that not including funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve be struck from the first part.
Second.
Okay. All right. we have an amendment to an amendment to strike down the four-door radar part. Any questions?
And then, yeah, and then I would like to speak to this.
So
when
just
it's-
let me see if there are any questions. I have no questions on that. Councillor Rutherford, to speak to your amendment,
Yeah, so I think, the intent was good with putting that in, but it's clearly caused miscommunication. I think, what the police have now is what I would like the police to get as that baseline. I get the contention around putting a number on the table or not putting on the number on the table. I actually still think that it's important that we have an honest conversation about the starting point. And it's not, like we've said, the end point, but we are going into a different fiscal context. And so saying to the service, here, we commit to this, potentially more, but no less, I think is actually a really great conversation starter. So I will support both my amendment and the amendment to be 407 with that context in mind, and so that we can get that clarity and have that certainty, at least of that amount, as a baseline going forward.
Right, yeah. Got it? Okay, sorry. So it was out of...
So I withdraw my motion.
Oh, it's out of order, yeah. Yeah. I know what the intent is there, so I think that's what Councillor Knack was talking about as well, right? So, okay, so we need to, we'll go back, sorry. Go back to Councillor Cartmell's. Councillor Stevenson to speak, Councillor Principe to speak, or?
Nope, I'm happy to vote.
Okay, I see, Councillor Principe to vote? Councillor Paquette, any to speak or to vote?
To speak, please.
Okay, we have no one else to speak, so I will go to you, then I'll go to Councillor Cartmell to close if he wishes to do so,
Well, I believe Councillor Wright.
Sorry, what amendment are we working on here?
We are changing the amount from $385 million to $407 million.
And then what are we doing with the taser?
That is not part of the amendment, and what we hear from administration is they need certainty on the number, and the rest of the stuff they will work out as they report on.
So Councillor Rutherford's amendment to the amendment is not?
No, it's not on the floor.
Okay, thank you for the clarity, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Paquette to speak.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little troubled by this whole debate, to be frank. I just think we've got what feels like a number that is based in past experience, perhaps, but also feels entirely arbitrary. But because this is the discussion that council is having, I will be supporting this motion. And because it gives us time. And that's what we're running out of in this conversation, to have an informed conversation. There are tools and technologies to measure social determinants that are probably being developed as we speak. There are also different metrics and outcomes and measurements that EPS carries with them, that EPC has, that we have, that other organizations have. There's a lot of information and ways to measure community safety and well-being that is also informed by provincial and federal actions and our own budget decisions. For example, the REACH conversation that happened earlier. And then also the challenges of even being able to hire social workers. There is a lot here. And that's just in isolation with the city of Edmonton, never mind learnings from other municipalities. And we need to have this conversation. Times are changing. The way, even what we define as policing is changing. And so if this motion ends the majority of this debate now so that we can actually focus on the productive aspect of what the community wants us to do with community safety and well-being, then I think I would urge actually all councillors to vote for this so we can move forward and deliver something even better to the city of Edmonton that will ensure that we actually have the right approach moving forward, not just for next year or the year after that, but actually is transformative. And I actually believe that we can do that. I think that we are on the verge of being able to open up this conversation in a way that brings everyone along. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartwell? To close?
There's
No.
no.
The rest of the folks are to vote.
I have nothing more, Mayor Sohi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please vote.
Has the vote been sent?
Nope, we're just waiting for one more.
Oh, I vote no.
Nope, okay, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we're back to the list. I think Councillor Principe, you were next up on the recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've heard from some of my colleagues that with the baseline budget now at 407 million, that it wouldn't change or it couldn't change. As we saw in the funding formula, there was a decrease. So is this true? Is this maybe even the city clerk could maybe answer this? Is it possible for someone in the future, not that I would do so, but would it be possible for someone in the future to decrease that amount of money?
Do you mean decrease it in, like, today?
Sorry, no, not today, in the future. I believe it would need to be like a year after today, is that correct?
I'll defer to the CFO, but council's budget is a constantly evolving target, but I'll pass it over to the CFO.
So I think with this motion passed, what happens is the 2023 budget is established at 407. Then when police comes in the fall as part of deliberations, any adjustments would be part of the budget conversation in the 4-year cycle.
And nothing could, a motion couldn't come forward to decrease the 407, say by $10 million or something? That's not possible?
That's possible as part of the budget process, but it would be done in the budget process.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I thought I've heard today people saying that it's a guaranteed, but I do believe that that's not totally accurate, that it is a possibility with a baseline to decrease, correct?
You would need to do that by motion, though. Like, as part of the budget process, you
And
would.
not saying I would do that, I'm not planning on doing that, but I just wanted to get clarity that that is still a possibility out there. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson, are you on questions on this?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, just again, I agree with Councillor Tang. This has brought a lot of great information forward, so really appreciate the conversation today. Just wanted to talk. Well, maybe I'll start with Mr. Crickler. You mentioned that under the funding formula, surpluses were put in a reserve, and that kind of rolling amount allowed EPS to respond to the sort of unexpected. And you mentioned that was about $1 million roughly each year.
For the first 2 years, I think, of the funding formula policy sort of being intact without any reductions from council, it was, I think, between 1.2 million per year.
Okay, so what that says to me is that sort of those unexpected costs that may need to come back as a service package, so the 4 years would be set,
then those unexpected costs that would need to come forward as service packages. Like, if I'm understanding correctly, that would be about that 1 million. That seemed to be the flexibility room that you needed?
Well, it depends on labor. Labor is a big issue, because a percentage of a large number of our budget can turn into a different number, and there was no labor settlements during that material period of time.
Right, right. No, I think that's a good point. And again, it's something that would never come as a surprise to us as council, since we helped set that mandate. But sorry,
So, and a great example of that would be Enterprise Commons. That's where we were gonna turn to the reserve fund to be able to fund something that the city brought forward that we were participating in. And we were able to manage that within by using the reserve.
Right, yep. Yeah, and again, I think for me, that's just having a good sense of that order of magnitude, so that even if we do have to do adjustments, it seems like that's, that's kind of the order of magnitude that isn't outside of, I think, what we would go through in a normal budgeting adjustment process. And then my understanding is that EPS does still have capital in a funding package, right? The formula doesn't apply to the capital budget currently, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We still come with asks for capital.
Great. Well, I appreciate the conversation around sort of risk and does the formula kind of take away some risk from the city? It's my understanding, though, that neither the formula wouldn't absolve us of our obligation under the Police Act to ensure an adequately funded police service. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so we would still have that obligation even under a formula. If there were exceptional circumstances, we would of course, need to provide the funding that's needed.
Yeah, I think the difference is it would be significant, right? So I think of big, huge changes in the world, like 9/11, for example. That would be a circumstance where I think even if you had a funding formula, you might have to consider some changes, right?
Well, and I think that other question too, though, is like how much would community members understand that as well? If it's known that the city is ultimately the funder and the one who decides that funding, I think I'm just working that out just to understand if that really mitigates the community perception of whether council is providing adequate funding, whether that's through a formula or through a service package.
I would say there's less talking about it, less meetings at council, less public debates about it with a funding formula than there is with the option one, which in many ways quiets down all that discussion, I would say. Like there's a clear thing set, and there's not these discussions back and forth about funding packages as often. And that has been helpful, at least in the 2 years that it ran.
Right, and I think for me, I think the conversations are useful, and I think they can be really productive in terms of having that in community involvement as we're setting these really important budget items, as we have for all of our other city services. Okay, well that were all my questions. Oh, although could I move the amendment that we delete from part 1, not including reserve funding from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve?
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. All right, so we have amendment to the recommendation, and we will come back to that after the break. We'll be back at 3:50. I will do a quick recognize to the seat. Councillor Wright.
Hello.
Oh.
I hope the camera got that. That would be really entertaining.
Ooh, I'm not doing that again, asking people to run. Ooh, that was scary.
I'm truly fine, don't worry.
Councillor Wright is here, Councillor Knack.
Other than that is now going to be on YouTube. Please pull that clip.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
I'll need a near miss report, please.
Councillor Knack is here, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Here.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Rutherford.
Here.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Here.
And Councillor Paquette, are you there? Here he is.
I am.
Good. All right. So we have possibly a friendly amendment, Councillor Rutherford? Because Councillor Stevenson can't amend her own.
Yeah, so I'll make hopefully a friendly amendment that not including the funding for the traffic safety and automated enforcement reserve be deleted.
Okay, is it friendly? We don't have to vote on if it's friendly. Friendly. Let me check the screen.
Can we just
Friendly.
make sure everybody knows it's friendly?
I'm not asking everybody to nod their head. Friendly. Okay, so we don't have to vote on it, right? If it's friendly?
If it's friendly, we don't vote.
Okay, good. All right. Whew. All right, now we are back to the list. We are going into our second round now, right? Or is still first? So it's still, we don't have to go to the second round. Okay, got it. All right, Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, I still had my mic on anyway. I just wanted to speak to the motion as a whole before we vote.
Good.
But,
Councillor Jens to speak?
that's it.
Yes.
Councillor Wright to speak?
Actually, I just had a question in regards to policy 579 in relation to this motion.
579, what that is. Go ahead.
So in 579, I think it speaks to, and I'm just trying to find it. It says that the revenue from the automated enforcement can go to traffic safety and other programs, including traffic safety operations, police services, and other traffic safety programs, but there's not a dollar amount specified. So I just wanted to clarify, I guess, with administration, that maybe we can do a percentage of what we receive from the province. I know because we've had our money reduced from the province, so, but yet we've kept the commitment of the 22 million to the police service.
So now the way that I interpret the motion on the table is you'll set the police budget based on this motion, should it pass, and that'll be the tax levy funding. And so while the policy references that police can be funded with traffic safety and automated enforcement, that was just one of the eligible things. So traffic safety revenues are eligible to fund these things. You always made the decision on whether or not and how much to fund as part of the budget process.
Okay, so we still have some discretion there as to how much goes to each of those different programs. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador to speak or questions?
To speak.
Speak, okay, all right. That Councillor Principe, questions or speak? Speak, all right. So that concludes the questions. No more questions on this. We're going to go to speaking order. So Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yeah, so I already spoke to the first part of the motion. I think it's still important to have a number up there. I think we've come a long way over the last while, but I think it provides that clarity for everyone and is fair to the context we're in. I want to say for part two that I've actually been convinced through this conversation today that a funding formula that is looked at differently from the current funding formula we have, but a funding formula nonetheless is actually the best approach to take. And so I wanted to explain that because I'll be voting no to the second part of the motion. But I really appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the constructive conversation that we've been able to have today. And I hope that those kind of constructive conversations where we can really truly listen and learn from one another continue to happen going forward throughout the rest of this year and beyond. So I know that it's everybody intent around this table and for those sitting across from me to make sure that our city is safe in all facets. And that does include police. And I don't think anybody up here has any intention of that not including police. So I just wanted to, that's all I want to say to this motion. We've said a lot already, but I felt it was important to explain the change in my vote for the second part. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. I think that we need to move towards a zero-based budgeting model where we actually have a robust conversation about all of these pieces. I think it's been clear through the discussion today that we all have more questions than answers, and I think something that Councillor Paquette said stuck with me, that we're kind of building tomorrow's budget on yesterday's circumstances. And I think the part that I'm really concerned about in limiting is this, again, going back to the measures that, we heard from the service that it's really hard for them to track efficacy. The idea of like, if there's a police car on patrol, you don't know what crimes that you're stopping. And I mean, the corollary of that is probably, well, you probably also don't know what you're like what the value is of some of these activities either. And that's sort of the challenge for me here. I'm thinking about how that Chief McPhee quote about our goal should be to work ourselves out of a job. And I worry that by setting 407 and building a budget at 407, we're accepting a lot of the same assumptions. And that when, we are looking at interventions around housing, around help teams, around COT, around downtown overdose prevention, around increasing shelter space. I mean, there's so many other things that are happening right now in the safety ecosystem that could actually help more people be safe and reduce demand on police budgets. And so I'm reticent to see something come forward that doesn't allow for more flexibility. And that's part of my concern. I still, more and more through the questions today, I feel like we're still operating a system where we're not sending the right service to the right time, to the right place. And this isn't just for police. I think we need to have this conversation about fire, about many aspects in our budget that will be coming forward in the operating outlook. So I wish we had the operating outlook conversation first before going here. So I appreciate the conversation and the sharing, and I just can't support the recommendation as written today.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate the conversation as well. And I will be supporting the motion today. So I'll just start by saying that it's very clear Edmontonians absolutely expect us to deliver policing as a basic core service and to adequately fund police. They also expect us to make sure that we're getting a good return on our investment and that investment is ultimately resulting in safer communities for all Edmontonians. I think there's an expectation that as a council, we're applying a really high degree of rigor to every decision we make, of course, especially to the biggest line item in our budget. And for me, I'm sort of constantly asking, where are we sending those dollars? Are we better off for it? And are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve tied to those specific investments? Are those investments going to get us there? And again, I always come back to community safety and well-being is about an ecosystem approach. I want to view things in that holistic manner, but I find it really challenging given the current funding formula because that makes it a really siloed process where policing is siloed off from other parts of that ecosystem. And I really want to be able to say that, great, there are various areas of community safety and well-being that need investment and need attention, everything from harm reduction, mental health, supportive housing, outreach, youth, crisis diversion, policing as well. And each of those are important in their own right, each of them land on different parts of that community safety continuum from preventive to reactive. So I'm hopeful that by moving away from a formula, at least for now, that will give us the necessary space to actually have a conversation and move forward so that we can root our decision making in outcomes and measures and KPIs that are reflective of the kind of city we want to build. I can see the rationale behind a formula. I get that. I get the benefit of having certainty and predictability, but I think that a base of 407 as a starting point provides that certainty as well. You know, once council establishes where to go from there, from the base, predictability is going to be provided for the next 4-year budget cycle. I think that that provides an interim period of predictability and a medium-term period of certainty. So I'm hopeful that the management of EPS as an organization is, of course, agile enough to respond to a change from the old funding formula, especially now that we're 2 years out from the policy's change. And then finally, just beyond those points, I also wish we had already talked about the investment outlook, but we're clearly in a very constrained financial environment and fiscal situation, and I don't think it's prudent at this time to continue with the formula. I think that the current budget process for all other civic departments provides 4 years of relative certainty with budget packages brought forward for council consideration, and that regular budget process does provide room for items to be justified and questions to be asked about expected outcomes and ultimately that return on investment. So I'll end there, but again, really appreciate the conversation and just want to thank my colleagues for the dialogue. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, you know, I'm going to speak more to that second piece because for the first piece, quite frankly, I think there's comments about, whichever number it is, ultimately it's still relatively arbitrary, and I rather focus on the mechanism to get us there. And I think, it's not only that, we need to provide, to make sure that we have the funds to provide the police service, we also have a legal obligation to do that. And I think about, the conversation that we still need to have, like Councillor Jansa outlined. I think all those are necessary. But at the end of the day, we still have that, legislated responsibility to deliver service, but it doesn't stop those conversations. For me, I guess part of the concern, and I think it's been validated through today's conversation, which I really appreciated, is that with the service package approach, I can see us facing more aggressive increases, under different circumstances. And what I'm drawn towards the formula approach, not so much for the reasons of stability and certainty, which I think we've seen in the last couple of years. It's not always a guarantee, but rather for some of the the reasons that today have surfaced in terms of risk, in terms of performance reporting and all of that. I think there is a perception that with a funding out there, that funding formula, is unsustainable, but I don't think it has to be. And I thought the report itself, laid out some pretty compelling reasons. I was actually pleased to see that, with option 2, it really laid out that consideration for a mechanism for a cap or ceiling in Commissioner Singh's words on the growth of funding. And beyond that, I appreciated that performance-based reporting, the annual progress reporting, which I think is something I really want to focus on, and I don't think we've talked about that enough. As policing continues to evolve, I imagine the way we measure things, the way we report on them will continue to evolve. And I hope that, in the coming months and years that there's opportunity for, whether it's this commission and council, but working with administration and communities, we can continue to have those conversations towards what do those co-created outcomes look like. So I think with all of those pieces, I am confident, and especially after today's conversation, like I said, I really appreciated it, how clarifying it was, and not everything has to boil down to acrimonious debates, but it can demonstrate, I believe we can have healthier working relationship, and I think that's quite fundamental. So I think at the end of the day, regardless of which funding mechanism that we land on, I hope we can remember that we're all in this room working towards the same goals, but just with different ideas about how to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And so again, just to start my thanks for everyone for their responses today, for taking the time to give us some good information. Specifically, I'll just briefly, so the reason I asked for it to be split is because I was completely fine with point one, both the amended wording and previous wording, because truly, and I don't mean to say it so jokingly, but they actually meant the same thing, but I appreciate there was confusion and hesitation about how that came across. But they were actually going to get us to the exact same starting point. And I think it's important to flag that because, I think our colleague who previously put that forward got a lot of flack. And that was really frustrating to see because I think as I read through that and as I saw a lot of the comments, that was not deserved. And I think back to this notion of it can become a very heated topic, and having been on the other side of that before many different budget cycles in terms of putting forward motions, you often get people coming forward saying, how dare you question anything to do with policing, even when it comes from the best of intentions. So I think it's just important to flag that point one is the exact same motion is reworded. It provides greater clarity for everyone, but I hope everyone realizes that. That's actually where we're at today. So I'll support that, and I would have supported the previous wording, and we didn't even need it, but it's there. So I'll focus my time a little bit on point two, which for me, I can't support point two because I really don't want to go back to that old model of the service package approach. So voting against that will allow us to have a conversation about the formula-based model. My biggest concern, while I want to do a formula-based model, I also don't want to keep the existing formula because I think the existing formula is completely unsustainable. And we quickly found that out. This area has received, pretty substantial increases. We had a memo sent, I think, just about a month ago that showed, the increases over the course of a 20-year period. And it was in the order of about $300 million. And there's no other place that gets that kind of increases within the city. And why I continue to have a problem with the existing funding formulas, I think back to the year where we came in with a 0% tax increase. The first time in 24 years we did that, we cut $50 million out of the rest of the city budget from other critically important areas to come in at zero and to ensure that there was still some level of increase to EPS. And so that to me says we are doing it wrong. So I don't want to see a formula that continues down that exact same path. My preference, and if we need to actually make a motion, I'm willing to do some type of subsequent around creating a community safety and well-being approach and a true funding formula like that recognizes that it's not just EPS who's doing this work. They are doing important work, dangerous work that needs support, but we also have these other groups that are often the ones that get cut when times are tight. Thinking about groups like EPL that haven't really received an increase in a decade. Thinking about groups like Reach Edmonton where we've had to sort of put money into. Thinking about some of these other organizations that are doing good social work and helping do that preventative piece that aren't getting it. And I remember when I started on council, I remember asking the previous police chief, how do we begin to change the direction and move more into proactive measures? And it's something that I still feel 8 years later, we haven't really answered properly. And that's frustrating. It feels like the only solution that we've been advancing over the last 8 years continues to be only increasing the budget of one area, and it happens to be the biggest area. And so when that area gets an increase, it takes all the oxygen out of the room for anything else in the city. So I'm hoping that a new formula, we can work on that with other stakeholders, determine how to best distribute what a new funding model would look like. That will take some work, and I appreciate that. but then it can be distributed to all of these groups that are doing this work jointly, because you are all working jointly. I've been hearing it now, like for the last many years, that you're starting to do more and more of that work, and it is really encouraging to see. Now we just need to make sure the funding is appropriately distributed between all of those groups that are doing that work. So that's why I won't be supporting Port 2 with the intent of hopefully having a new formula conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Neck. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I am actually going to be supporting both motions because I believe that it provides us a good comparison. So the first part of the motion will provide us that base amount on which to establish the funding formula. And then on number 2, by seeing where the budget is and how they feel that the funds will be allocated over the next 4 years, I think will not only help council see where the money is going, but also help the public to see where their tax dollars are going, and then to eventually see the outcomes of where those dollars are being spent. So I'm in support of both parts of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I spoke about this at committee, but true to form, we're doing it over again. We spent a lot of time today in the last month talking about money, but actually I think what we're talking about is time, because each of us has 24 hours in a day, and sworn, non-sworn, around this table or across in the audience, we all have the same amount of time, and how we spend that time, I think, and the last month, we have spent a lot of time on a discussion about public safety. But we, unfortunately, in my opinion, have not spent a lot of time talking about how to change the outcomes for our community in the long term. We spent a lot of time actually defending the status quo. And that has been, unfortunately, the case in the conversation around police funding for most of, I think, sort of the history of municipal administration of policing. In fact, when I started on council, I had family members say, the police come, there's a big service package, the public says we need money tied into those public safety outcomes, and the budget goes up and up and up. For the first time, I think, in the history of this organization, the finances have leveled off. But in that time, I think we've had really good conversations around the delivery of public safety in our city, the delivery of alternative services. When I started on council after the 2019 to 2022 budget was passed, I think of some of the problems that arose, whether it was around opioid addiction, whether it was around there was an issue with raves for some time. And the question that never came to this table was, we need more money in order to tackle this issue. It was always council or committee or the commission going back to the service and saying, we have this issue. What's your proposal to fix it? Because finances were not tied in. It fundamentally gave us all time, whether you're a member of the community or you're a member of council or you're a member of the service, to talk about the collective outcomes that we want to see in our community. So I've also heard, I think, some sort of ideas around the methodology of a funding formula. And I want to just pull apart the notion, we're talking about not liking the math. We're not liking how it adds up. And that's fair, because you can change the math. But the methodology is pretty smart. It's so smart, I think, that we should apply it to other areas of the city, because I don't think it's right that transit goes up and down. I don't think it's right that the snow clearing in a year goes up and down. And I think our ops folks would probably agree with it. You need that stability of funding for the core services. So to that end, I think we talk about Edmonton being the only ones who have this formula as if it's some kind of flaw. We just got back from FCM, and one of the biggest pieces of feedback I heard was that Edmonton is so much better at other things than other municipalities. We are far ahead, much more ahead of other municipalities in terms of the action we're taking on climate change, for instance. But we don't hear criticism that if other cities aren't doing it, we must be in the wrong. In fact, every city in Canada, especially major cities, are having this very question, like this very issue, and none of them are tackling it with the long-term sustainable outlook of how to improve safety outcomes. They are having the back and forth with their community that will get them to the place that they've always been. We have an opportunity before us that is so exciting because we can do things differently. So I get emotional about it because that's the reason that I joined this council, so that we wouldn't leave a legacy that has been left for us. So with that, with seconds to spare, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do understand the emotion from my colleagues. So I'm actually the same emotion stage. But I'm not going to express that emotion today because I did ask lots of questions and fight very hard, if I can use that words, and also spoke and committee meeting. I'm not going to support the part 2, but I really appreciate the conversation today. Actually created the extremely clarity, and then to my colleagues, and actually get better understanding how this police funding could work to achieve that safety outcome we want achieve as a council. Also, our Edmontonians want to achieve as our city as well. I do want to say as a reason why I'm not going to support the part 2, and then I think I want to emphasize the one key point is the nature of services. The nature of services, and I think, yes, police services, core services is part of our city Edmonton services. However, this nature of services actually is dealing the life. And from many, many angles, is dealing our people's life. And if you look at that from that angle, and then you look at the current situation our city are facing and experiencing, and then our business move out of our city. And then so economic investment attraction and we're not getting strong enough and due to the safety issue. And then our ART, and we talk about lots of investigation in our public transit system. If we cannot ensure the safety as a fundamental factor, and who will take our city's public transit system? Every energy, every dollar we invest in our public transit safety, what the results we'll get without to ensure this safety in place. And so, but from long-term perspective, and then I would like to echo our Councillor Knox's point about, yes, the formula is not continuing, and we need to open that door and for the more conversation, how we get that more scientific or results reflection formula, and to address that efficiency or address that timely response and to our life-threatening and to the criminal rates increase. And then formula can give us that certainty to do it, and also can give us that opportunity and to discuss and how we can do that better. And then even right now, as my colleague councillor mentioned, as a city, our city is ahead of so many things. And we want to keep that ahead. And we want, as a capital city specifically, we want to set some example and for our entire province. And then to give the hope to our public, to our citizens. We are care about our people. We are care about how to demonstrate that care is care about the life. So I just looking forward to the opportunity and to open that door and to have a further conversation. And also from my professional backgrounds, I do think the formula works very well, and for many things, not only for EPS, and maybe that is another exploration we could do in the future as well for other municipal level services. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I see no one else. And I'll go, before I go to Councillor Stevenson to close, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I really value the work that our EPS officers and everyone else involved in the organization do to keep our community safe. And I also value the work that rest of the city corporation, from Edmonton Transit to fire to recreational facilities to snow removal, people who do their work, and the social workers. We all come together to build a great city. We all work hard to make sure that all of our corporation and EPS and other agencies work hard to build a city where we want to live in a safety, want to live in a vibrant place. So that is why I'm going to support the first motion as well as the second motion, because $407 million does give that certainty and predictability to the service so they can continue to plan. But also we need to recognize that the way we are funding our services and way is not sustainable in the current climate, because just to keep the services at 2022 level into 2023 will require 4% to 4.5% tax levy increase. So we need to keep that in mind as we develop our budget for 2023 and the next four years. That's one point, because 22% of our tax levy goes to police. In my mind, that is not sustainable for the long term. I also want to highlight a few points that may come as a surprise to some, right? But I think it's important that we recognize, particularly I want to speak to those who came to the Chamber Hall, sharing their pain and grief with us, and also stressing that we need to fund police more, that we are not funding them adequately. So as Councillor Knack mentioned, city contribution to police has increased over the last 2 decades. Even in the last 3 years, it has increased. So where did it decrease? That's what I want to highlight, and I hope that people listening in this room and outside will take those numbers and start advocating on behalf of service to be properly funded. In 2004, Alberta government gave $16 per capita for police funding. That $16 has not been adjusted for inflation since 2004. In today's dollars, that $16 is not really a $16. It has decreased in value. That's where the reduction has come to police budget. In 2008, Alberta government announced that they will support 300 police officers throughout the province. I think we got about 100 police officers out of that fund, but they capped per police officer contributions to $100,000. That was in 2008. Today's 2022. That police officer in today's dollar, I think, cost about $180,000. That's where the cut has happened. Third part is that, which we would have to struggle with over the next 4 years to make up that gap of the photo radar, which will end up in a tax levy increase if we were to continue, which I would support continuing at $407 million. The reduction or the share that province has increased from 35% to almost 49% or 50% of the revenue that they're taking, which meant less money available that we can allocate to policing. So those are the three areas that where budget reduction has taken place. But we don't talk about them much because we don't know about them, or I think the reason is that we don't talk about them because we don't know, we don't share that. And I commit to sharing that. It's not a partisanship, it's just pure facts where the reduction has taken place. And I hope that all of you listening will start advocating on behalf of our communities to ensure that our police is properly funded. We will continue to do what we need to do, but others need to step up. So I hope that that we will take to as part of our efforts to build that relationship with the province as well. So with that, I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
And I will go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone for the conversation today. It's been iterated before. I think we all share goals in this room in terms of the outcomes we want to see for our community and for our budgeting process. We want it to be effective, we want it to be efficient, and we want it to be adequate. So from the questions and discussions today in a committee, I feel really confident that the proposed approach in the second part of this motion in terms of having service packages does provide that predictability, that it allows for planning, but more importantly, it allows for conversation. And we've spoken today, what I've heard around the room is that it's a conversation we want to avoid, that these talks are challenging when budget packages come forward. And I think that instead of avoiding those conversations, we should address why they're uncomfortable. We should work out a way that enables us to have difficult conversations, that allows us to build relationship, as I think we've demonstrated has happened today, that this conversation has actually allowed us to communicate, to understand each other, and to find ways forward. I think budget deliberations also invite Edmontonians in to be part of a very important conversation about how we fund safety in our city. Councillor Salvador also put it very well that we want to be breaking down silos, that we want to be considering an ecosystem model and having a separate budget process for one part of that ecosystem, and a very important part of that ecosystem really takes away from that our ability to do so. So for those reasons, I continue to support this approach. I think that it enables us to move forward, again, providing that certainty and consistency, and also in a way that builds understanding and relationship in our community. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Point of order, can we divide?
Yeah, we're voting on part 1 first.
The question's divided? We'll vote on part 1 then?
Yeah,
part
we're voting on part 1 first.
Oh, good, thank you.
We're just waiting for one more vote.
If it's from me, I've got a spinning wheel, and I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we will vote on part 2.
We're just waiting for one more vote.
I can only assume it's mine. I am a no.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the vote. That is defeated 5-8.
I have a subsequent motion point.
Subsequent? Okay, just hold on.
Can we just do a quick time check? So there was another item that may or may not have been needed to get dealt with today, which was the bylaw for the transit safety. Would council like to deal with that and come back to subsequents, or would you like to stay with this item?
I don't know how many subsequents we have, right? And I don't know how much debate would be. Can we come back? Like I don't, and even that bylaw is going to require more than half an hour debate. We are. till at 4:30.
I'd say we could do it tomorrow morning, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Really, tomorrow is kind of the dedeadline for getting an answer on that.
So we might have to shift the agenda to the bylaw to be the first item tomorrow morning? Because there'll be a lot of questions on.
Yes, yes. I think that's more of a priority than the CIO.
Okay, good. So we would have to amend the agenda at the end of this meeting, right? That might be better, because it will require both. That bylaw would require more than half an hour. Yeah. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rice for your subsequent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the administration in consultation with Edmonton Police Services and Edmonton Police Commission develop a revised funding formula and related policy and return to City Council for approval as part of 2023-26 operating budget deliberations.
Is that a subsequent? I don't, Madam Clerk.
Just trying to think how that relates to the motion that was just passed a few moments ago. Can you just give me a second?
Yeah.
Do we need a seconder?
Yeah, we do need a second.
So we need a second. Councillor Principe seconded it. Can you put it in the?
So it's, I believe it's the recommendation from administration, so it'll be in e-scribe under the administrative report.
Okay.
Is that correct, Councillor Rice?
The wording, yes, and also is related to the first part we just passed. And because for this formula, and we need some like baseline. Yes.
Point of order.
Just hold on. I'm just trying to. Here you go. It's report number 1 in the e-scribe. Okay, got it. Okay, sorry, Councillor Jans, you have a point of order?
I was just wondering if, because there was a recommendation, the amendments to the motion passed and then the motion failed, so now is this not the default course of action? Or, like, are we essentially now, are we going to be, is the motion essentially currently being undertaken? Like, is this now the direction, or does it, like, are we gonna be redebating now a funding formula according to this motion? I'm just trying to get clarity.
Well, this is the subsequent, which is an order from clerk's instructions, and we had a lengthy debate on whether we do formula or other form of deliberation. Just the one failed, and if this is the direction council wants to give to administration, so we have to have a subsequent on the motion on the floor. Yeah. So if you have any questions,
Yeah, if it may help, Councillor, because there were 3 options in the report too, so, we would need clarity on.
So it was A, B, or C, we are not doing A, now this is putting B on the table. Now we
That's
vote on B and then go from there.
That's
Okay,
good clarity.
got it.
And of course, we have a baseline set, so.
Got it, thank you.
good. All right. Questions? Councillor Knack, are you up?
Yes, I am.
Good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I appreciate we need to have a motion. My concern was any motion that we are doing a formula that doesn't include the other bodies. So just to confirm, the way I read this motion, which was the recommendation in the report, this would not be encompassing of other organizations that are doing work in this field, correct?
That's correct, Councillor, because we were asked to bring forward options for funding the police.
Absolutely. Okay. And so in order to do that, we would, it's probably unreasonable to amend this.
However, I would say that combined with the fact that we've got council approval of a community safety and well-being strategy certainly pushes us in that direction. And, with that strategy approved and the funding for this fiscal year, we also know that we've got 4 months of work to do to prepare a very clear budget ask for funding the full CSWB strategy, which I think is very similar to what you're talking about. They would be separate. There would be a police formula and the CSWB budget funded, but we will capture it given that strategy is now approved. So it may not be exactly what you want, but much closer.
closer, yes, but doesn't provide the same type of guarantees that we would with police if we just did a funding formula for police.
Correct.
Okay, then, those are all, at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, I'll be speaking on this.
Okay, well, we debated this issue. I think it's pretty clear with what the motion is to, I don't know if it leads to too many questions. I hope not. Any more questions on this? I am seeing no more questions on this, so start to speak. Please sign up to speak if you wish to speak. Councillor Knack, you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted in my previous comments, what I can't support is a formula that only funds policing. Because to me, no matter how we revise it, we're going to run into the exact same problem we've run into for years. Police need to be part of that formula, but if that is not included with these other organizations who are doing that work, then we're not actually doing a holistic approach. We're not doing what was raised earlier by Councillor Salvador and Councillor Stevenson in their comments. We essentially then create the exact same model that we've always done, regardless of what the revised formula looks like. We're still putting at risk the opportunity to not adequately fund the proactive side of things. So I cannot support this because I think that is the wrong approach. I was willing to, and if this fails, put forward a motion that says that we go and draft a community safety and well-being funding formula in partnership with all of these organizations so that we do this holistically. That's what I'll be putting forward if this fails. I hope it does, because otherwise we're going down the exact same path, just under a slightly different way. And I appreciate the need for a formula, just not this one. So I can't support it, but note that I have another one ready if this is to fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it feels like we're doing a lot of work here that I was hoping we could have done in advance. If you recall, I had a motion way back in January about doing an audit of the ecosystem so that we could actually involve all of this information together, just as Councillor Knack has just described. Unfortunately, I honestly think that as ridiculous as it sounds, maybe some personality conflicts were involved in derailing that incredibly important work. And so I will support this motion, hoping that everyone involved in these entire conversations can move past that and put the service of the city ahead of their own personal hang-ups. There's just no time for it. And frankly, I will be blunt, I think it's rather silly and maybe even damaging. So this is one motion I will support. I actually echo Councillor Knack's thoughts completely on it. I will also have a subsequent to this, and I will actually also have other motions going forward so that I can at least replicate in some form what we would have gotten from that motion that I brought up in January. The recent auditor's report is a key part of that, and I'm grateful for that, and we will just keep going forward. And that work now that could have been finalized before the budget may actually continue after the budget, which is perfectly fine as long as we get to the right answer. So this will have support from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. So I agree with Councillor Knack. I think we need to look holistically. I don't know if I necessarily agree that a funding formula as you're proposing specifically for service agencies, who's in, who's out. I mean, we even had a real heated debate between EPL and is EPL in or out of that community safety sphere. And so I actually think that will send us down a path that will not be constructive. I think that we need to meet our legislative obligations to police funding. And so while we have that community safety and well-being framework that looks at all of those pieces together, we do absolutely have to discuss this funding in separation from that entire ecosystem. It's just the reality of the legislation that's set up. And I think it could get really convoluted and very messy in the other way, and we'll get to December without any kind of real path forward. And I think that that's what we all want, is a path forward. I've said before, and I want to really echo this again, that, you know, the piece that's making me support this is that develop a revised funding formula. I really would like to see, you know, there were so many options within the report that administration brought forward of what could be factored into that, including but not limited to a cap. And I think that that needs to be considered, because one of my biggest concerns with anything, but including a funding formula, is that it doesn't take into context. We had a pandemic in the middle of that budget cycle, and a funding formula that wasn't adjusted to address that context, because that's the way it's written. So I feel like there needs to be some sort of contextual factor within that, and whether that's a positive for the police because the context has changed in an adverse way, or whether it's a negative for police because, you know, they've got the money. I don't care. I just want it to be fair across the board and something that's sustainable. And for me, I think the bigger thing is that whatever methodology that we pick, I'm going to go back to the fact that we caused so much harm by having a methodology that we changed course direction on halfway through. So my hope is that, and this is what I've always tried to do, even with my, you know, with putting the baseline funding formula down, is to just have those honest upfront conversations and be able to say, you know, build that trust that, you know, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to stay with what we're going to do, and stay the course. I mean, I can't guarantee anything after the next municipal election, but I know that I can commit that whatever methodology we choose going forward, we have that path forward, that I will be true to that, right? Because I think that's what we all need. And yes, as Councillor Principe said, we could change that tomorrow again. We've seen that. But I really think that a relationship is important, community safety is important, having trust in all our institutions, be it administration or be it our Edmonton Police Services, this is important. And I don't think that when we change directions mid-course through, without some real comprehensive dialogue, that it helps that situation. So I am supporting this with that intention that it is revised and does think about contextual factors and how do we adjust and adapt and stay nimble within a formula to understand changing context in both adverse ways and in positive outcome ways. So that's why I will be supporting this motion, and I look forward, as again, I really just want to reiterate that, like, as somebody that's done community development work my whole life, the relationships that we have is paramount, and I do think that sometimes I really like what Councillor Stevenson said about not shying away from hard conversations, because I think when we have hard conversations in a courageous and constructive way like we did today, I think we're all going to get to a better outcome, and we're going to get to a better outcome for this city. So I look forward to, no matter, you know, if we have a funding formula, that we don't set a funding formula and then stop the conversation, that the conversations continue for as long as I'm on council. I would love that. So thank you so much for being here and for all the time you've put in for everybody over the last while as we've had these discussions. But that is why I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks very much. I just have a few questions.
Yeah.
No questions?
We start speaking to it now. So once we start speaking, I don't know, Madam Clerk, guidance.
Yep, you're speaking to it.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need a mechanism for funding the police, and I think that there's some great opportunities with the funding formula conversation. You know, I certainly agree with Councillor Knack in terms of wanting to look at a whole ecosystem, but equally agree that is going to be a very complex project, and so recognizing, you know, needing to have something in place by the end of this year. So I think that's an important aspirational point and something that we need to work towards. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm trying to phrase all my questions as comments now. I hope also that in terms of the related policy, we can build in the touch points and mechanisms to have conversations and reporting back, and still have room for for that conversation and discussion with our commission colleagues, with EPS as part of the process. I think that this will be a very detailed conversation, and I worry about it coming back as part of the full budget package, and wonder if maybe there are opportunities to have some of the conversation at a committee level, even potentially to work through some of the nuance of what that the new aspects of the funding formula are, and that would also enable some conversation with the public as well. But yeah, overall, again, I think the issues outlined, or sorry, the different considerations for the funding formula outlined in the report are very positive. I think the contextual piece that Councillor Rutherford raised is a really important one as well. So I will choose to see this as another opportunity, as a vehicle for ongoing conversation and discussion about how we create safety and wellness in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks. I am going to support this, and I've heard some desire to have more iterative, inclusive conversations in terms of the entire sort of community safety and well-being environment. And actually, I think if we could pose the question to the service, we probably hear some agreement in terms of wanting to see that inclusion, because that's been, I think, a challenge that we've heard before, that there's a lot of money going into this space, and overall, there's not a lot of correlation to the outcomes that we get out of it. But that being said, you know, conscientious of that larger discussion and a desire from my colleagues to see that, I think that not proceeding with this actually might be really challenging in terms of fulfilling one of the obligations under the policing standards, which require that they do have a budget process that is sort of inclusive, or not inclusive, but is exclusive to the service itself, so that they can fulfill their statutory obligations. So I'm concerned that if we defeat this and tether it back to a whole bunch of external organizations, we may actually end up forcing the service into a place where they are not able to fulfill their obligations, and I'm concerned about that. We're not on questions, so I can't answer questions to that, or ask questions to that effect. But I think that there's probably a lot of space in a subsequent motion to talk about that part two. That part two, which is now let's talk about what is required within the police service. Let's talk about a formula, and remember, it's a method, not the math, to get to a process by which you have stable and enduring funding. But let's also now talk about how that loops into that larger conversation with our partners in community safety and well-being, whether they're NGOs like REACH, which we actually set up as our long-term crime, community safety and crime prevention partner, or other community-based organizations, and some which may not exist today. So I think that I would urge council to support this, and then to maybe work on a subsequent, maybe work on a notice of motion for how to loop in those community partners, because whole of society problem, whole of society solution. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Also, can you move that we extend the order of the day to finish this item?
Yes, with my remaining time, I will extend to complete this.
Thank you. Seconded by?
This item, or this?
This item.
This item, okay.
Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Salvador.
The whole item, or just the motion on the floor? They are different things, perhaps.
There is one subsequent as well from Councillor Paquette. I hope that won't take too long, but maybe we need to put.
Yeah, mine should be really quick.
Maybe we need to put a time limit. Can you do it 5:15?
Yeah, withdrawn, and I will move that we extend orders to 5:15 to complete this item.
Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador seconded it. Please vote.
we follow the vote?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I think Councillor Tang, you were next. Right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think my colleagues, I echo a lot of the comments from my colleagues. You know, even if we go back to the community safety and well-being strategy, which is that holistic, you know, very comprehensive, and a lot of work went into it. I commended the team, certainly for that work. You know, I have a piece of motion that I felt was, through it all, still was not answered, and there was still a lot of, no, I still felt like it was imperfect. I would be very concerned about crafting the subsequent on the fly to develop a very holistic formula that sets up a certain expectation that, you know, to Councillor Rutherford's point, that by the time we get to the 4-year budget deliberation, will kind of bring us back to where we were from point zero. So I think I would just be concerned about putting a lot of weight in what that holistic, perfect formula would be. You know, I'm very conscious that, you know, through a lot of this is about systems coordination. We've been having systems coordination conversation forever. And I'm very conscious that there's still these conversations happening, whether it's with EPS, or whether it's within the social service sector itself, whether it's with, you know, frontline delivery staff members, and not to mention, you know, I'm very supportive of Councillor Paquette's, you know, the previous motion around that ecosystem review. I just think there's a lot of conversations happening, especially as EPS kind of moves towards more and more of that partnership-driven initiative. So there's naturally some of that, naturally those linkages with other helping organizations. And I think finally, I just want to say, you know, as I've mentioned before, when we were speaking to that previous motion, and, you know, as Councillor Hamilton have really emphasized, you know, I am interested in that performance outcome piece. And if that needs to be very explicitly addressed in this motion, I'm happy to, you know, submit an amendment. I don't want to. But that's kind of part of the expectation that that I have, is that we will get to have that conversation about, you know, the holistic, you know, the linkages within the ecosystem, and how does all of that come back to the well-being and safety outcomes. I'm expecting we'll have those conversations regardless. I just don't think, I think at this point, the way this motion is offers some certainty of what we're going to be getting. And I know that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. So at this point, I am supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Before I go to Councillor Rice to close, I'll just take less than 1 minute. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. You know, I would have preferred to have a service package approach as a mechanism for funding. Please, that didn't pass. We need an approach. So I look forward to, I'll support this, but I want to just, I hope that as we develop the formula, that we are cognizant of the realities that we are facing as a city. We have very constrained amount of money to fund our services and programs, and I hope that will be top of mind as we develop, because we need to mindful of people's struggles and affordability, at the same time continue to provide services that people rely on in a sustainable, affordable way. Yeah, and I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and also thank you support from my colleagues to understand the intention for this motion. Specifically, I would like to say our city's community safety and well-being strategy and implementation in place. That implementation really will inform this revised formula development process. So this development process actually will be very comprehensive process. I believe our city's intention is to take that integration approach and to involve many our communities as possible, and to align with our community safety and well-being strategy implementation at the same time. I think that concern I don't think is a big concern and for this motion moving forward. And I think the big concern is that how we can use this mechanism during this development process to strengthen relationship building and also to continue that improvement. I think that is key points when we have this moving forward process in place, and we can focus on for that continuous improvement and the relationship and build strength as well. So I think we already talked this enough in the past 1 month. So I'm going to close this, and thank you very all my councillor colleagues and Mayor Sohi to support this, and let's getting this done today. And then we can have the starting point and to do the work actually. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote. I'm logged out, so I'm yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, Councillor Knack, you don't have a subsequent then, right? Because of this, right? So
No, the way it's worded would be out of order.
Yeah. And now to Councillor Paquette, your subsequent, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The administration conduct a jurisdictional scan of all current sources of police funding for comparable municipalities within Canada with an over 500,000 person population, including but not limited to municipal tax-supported funding, provincial funding, grants and traffic fines and enforcement funding broken down per capita using publicly available data and report back to Council by Q3 2022.
I'll second that. You want to make an
Now,
introduction?
to introduce it really quickly, we've heard a lot of times we can't compare apples to apples when it comes to police funding for different municipalities. And so I don't anticipate that we're going to get a one-to-one comparison on anything, but it's the differences that are intriguing. In the differences, we may find approaches or concepts that we have not seen before. There is that potential, but it also opens up the conversation to something that you alluded to earlier, Mr. Mayor, and that is when it comes to provincial funding, what does our funding look like compared to other provinces? How does that work? And that is something that we can open up conversations with the province about. Another aspect of this, and the reason I want to make this motion is because the public often is wondering what our funding looks like compared to other cities. And if we can't give them a good answer, then we are not serving them to the best of our ability. So this will be a lot of that. Now, the last reason I want to make this motion in my introduction here is that as we're talking about funding formula, we may find that what we get is something new out of this information, especially once we start pairing it with some other aspects that, as Councillor Hamilton alluded to, some upcoming potential motions that will inform this work. So as we move forward, I believe that this kind of information is going to be essential. So that's my introduction.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for this motion, Councillor Paquette. I just have one question for you regarding this motion. So you talk about publicly available data, and I think one thing I've kind of heard from you is you're looking for some real concrete information, and I can tell you that the publicly available data is very imperfect and very scattered. And so I guess my question to you is, why did you put only publicly available data in here? And are you okay with getting kind of piecemeal answers to the grants, the provincial funding, the municipal tax supported? Because not every municipality is going to have that stuff publicly available.
Right. No, that's a good question. Happy to answer it. So most funding is from governments is actually documented, and we can find it. One thing this does is it allows us to do this work, and the public can, if they feel so inclined, can double check our numbers to make sure that they're right. So can any other organization that would, and that way it removes any sense of bias. The other issue is that if we are looking for information where we have to inquire of administrations and police services and police commissions, we'll run into the issue of delays. We may not actually get this information back by the end of the year. Now, if we want to go deeper, I think that might be a secondary motion or even amendment that there's two reports, or I don't know how that would work, but that is definitely an option. But for now, because we just want to get this information, that's why I said publicly available. So
Okay, but I just so we're clear, we're prepared for it, because I'm fully supportive of this motion, but I just want to make sure that the expectation that we're not setting up to the public or of our administration is to fail in terms of what is actually available. So as long as we as a council are okay with perfectly imperfect information, as long as it's more information than we have today, is that what I'm hearing? Because it's more about the timing of it.
yeah, to follow up on that, it's the timing and also all of the information that we provide the public about our funding is very transparent. And so I would assume that I would hope that it's the same across Canada, across municipalities, because we can easily get that information for ourselves and put it out there. Now, maybe it isn't. And maybe we do need a further motion, but that will augment this one. But I don't know how we can possibly get that information back before budget time.
Yeah, I mean,
as it is.
as somebody that did stats and some of this research, I can tell you that, for example, even the term per capita, if you think that all places, I mean, right now at least we have the recent census, but that wouldn't tell you per capita today. That'll tell you per capita at the time the census was done, and they're slow releasing that information. So I just, again, like I'm fully supportive of this, but I just think we need to set up the expectation of what we'll get back in a way that doesn't set our administration up to fail or to be disappointed in that. I think we will get more,
very fair.
but not a complete picture.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think having external benchmarks is always really helpful. One of the challenges I've heard in terms of that comparison relates more to scope of duties rather than just the funding sources. So to the mover, was your intent, so it seems to be, very specific around sources of police funding, but would your intent also be to consider, like, is your intent to compare if our spending is higher or lower per capita? And if so, would consideration of the scope of services need to be included in this?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, there's no way that we're going to get a one-to-one comparison here because there's so many different factors. But to let the public in on the boring processes of council, when we get this information back, that will give rise to a number of other questions. And then we start to explore things like, okay, so what are the unique circumstances in Edmonton compared to other cities? And, that would probably be something that we explore. The answer to that is something that we can then take to the provincial government, for example, and say, in Edmonton, we have some actually really unique circumstances when it comes to police funding compared to other jurisdictions, and that we have more feeder communities and that we're a gateway to the north, or we have, for example, 2 prisons, or we have, and on and on and on. So the path here is not a one and done. This is the beginning of a path for the larger conversation that we're going to have if we want to start tying in this entire ecosystem in order to actually have an approach to community safety and well-being that makes sense.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, so maybe to administration, do you think that there is scope within this motion to start to collect some of that information around how the services differ in terms of their scope of work and some of the contextual pieces? I think that Councillor Paquette raised are really important ones around the unique circumstances that different communities might be facing.
Yeah, I think there's certainly potential for that, and I think we can capture that.
Great. Yeah, I think, and then just wanting to make sure that we're not reinventing any wheels. Is that an alarm? No, okay.
It's our alarm to go home.
Yeah. God, 4 minutes over. Yeah, well, that's maybe just to hurry me up, which is a good point. Yeah, just have we connected with our colleagues at the commission just to make sure, maybe as a starting point, in terms of any information they may have already collected on this?
We have very quickly, Counselor, and we'll obviously do that more formally, but we just did that in the last few minutes, and we know there's some information there that would be helpful.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I see no more questions on this. Councillor Paquette, do you need to close this, or we're going to go to vote?
Yeah, I'll just close really quickly on the point of publicly available information. I know that there actually is a little bit of this work already done by administration and most likely by EPC. So there may actually be more information there than we imagine. So I hope that council supports this, and I hope to see more motions that will help us to understand and start to tie together these very important ecosystems, and this will be just the start if it passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Councillor Jan's in favor.
Me as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
System is collapsed.
The system has collapsed. We're good to go. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that is this. Item is done. And we need, just hold on. We need to amend the agenda.
Yeah, so just to confirm, there's no other motions coming forward?
No,
on this
I don't have any notices for any other subsequent motions on this, right? So we need to amend the agenda to be the bylaw to be first item at 9:30 tomorrow.
I was going to move, do I need permission to make a motion with our customary notice, or are we just, okay, all right. I was going, okay, then I'll move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 7.7, first item of business on Wednesday, June 8th. And I'll move the item 6.3 and 6.4 to be first item of business on Friday.
Can we just say second, second item? Because there might be some things we have to deal with on Friday, so if we can, I'm optimistic.
Fun. Okay, second item. So withdrawn on part 2. I'll move 6.3 and 6.4, second item at 9:30 on Wednesday, June 8th.
So tomorrow. Okay, good. Okay, good. And we need a seconder?
Second.
Sorry, missed that. Councillor Neck, that was you? Oh, Councillor Cartmel, sorry. Councillor Cartmel, sorry. All right. I see some people line up. Is there any questions on this, or just happen to be on the list? Councillor Rutherford?
I definitely didn't check in.
Okay, got it. Nobody checked in. Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Me as well, in favor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Just one more vote. We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we will start tomorrow at 9:30. Until then, we are adjourned.